So we can do what's Hondo on the mic. From Leo's Paradise, random stream drop like a Dragon Ball fight. No lie, plan stream stacking up, but here's a twist in time. Freestyling on the deck like Luffy's punchlines. Up the channels faster than Zoro sword swings. Gaming pop culture, it's the chaos he brings. Talking movie reboots, superhero hype. Hondo passing the mic, now Bishop's in sight. Cutting glitch screen, frame by frame, I align. Laying bass lines heavy, keep the rhythm divine. Dropping 5 videos, can't keep up with the pace. Pass the mic back, Leo's leading the chase. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Playing a knob, Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. No script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. The rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life.
Welcome back to the lunch hour. How are all you vital idols doing? It's almost that time, babies. It's almost that time. It's almost the end of the week. It's Thursday. Y'all got one more day to get through. We got this. Hopefully you're going to enjoy a nice, good lunch hour with me. Give you some protein. Got me that green tea, sugar-free. It's going to be a good show. We got a lot to talk about. We got way more to talk about than what's just in the title card. Because I realized something. Yesterday. Y'all boy likes doing the long streams. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to go no 7 hours yesterday. That was not in the cards. That was not part of the plan to go 7 hours. But lo and behold, we did. I'm thinking, we ain't going to go no 7 hours a day. Instead of doing 2 hours, maybe 3, 4, we'll see where it goes. We'll see where the day takes us. Speaking of seeing where the day takes us, who's in the house? I saw Esra post a bunch of rage bait. I ain't going to fall for it. Rage bait is worthless to me without super chats. I'm a better person than that. I'm a better man than that. I've realized that rage bait, thou shalt not affect me. Obi Dean is in the house. How you doing, Obi Dean? Yes, it is the new shoe video. We are doing the new shoe video today. Piranha Pout is in the house. Shout out the ever lovely Piranha Pout. We got Lucy Lemonbug. Got my milk already. Well, again, more of a tea guy myself. But whatever beverage you need to get you through the lunch hour. And hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere for some of you. Gravestone's in the house. What up, Gravestone? Matt Stanford is here. Actual 3 Expression Warriors, shout out. Gal Keraman, Butter Framed in Gold, Matt Fun Cool, Blue Collar Loser. You're driving to see Tron. Dude, that is absolutely worthless. That is terrible. You was better off listening to me. I guarantee you I will still be going by the time that movie is done. And it will I will provide you with more value. And yes, SlopTuber confirmed. SlopTuber confirmed, baby. I'm all in on my SlopTuber arc. You're gonna say like the long, yeah, nah. You stop that there. Actual Free Expression Warrior member for 8 full months. Shout out. You are almost that year mark, brother. Almost that year. You are 75% of the way to that year mark. I'm shocked I'm not 8-month member and enjoying every second of your only live viewer. I kind of assumed that this was collected post-wall Karen, so I wasn't sure. You're not my only liberal viewer, by the way. You're not my only liberal viewer whatsoever. You should have been in chat yesterday. There was a lot of people in there that were liberal yesterday. Yeah, you were. Trust me, I've had a lot of folk in my comments, a lot of people. Most of the time they show up in my comment section as opposed to live, but I can guarantee you are not my only liberal viewer. We got AJ, what is up? James Landers is in the house. FWC is here, fun with collecting. All right, boys. All right, let's get right into it. Hasan says the collar is a vibration collar. I have multiple collars. One of the collars that people are pointing from months ago is a vibration collar used specifically to communicate with Kaya when she's free roaming at the park. There are no bark collars that vibrate. All look very similar. Now, I heard he had a justification. I haven't actually seen it. I know that I know that Asmongold talked about his justification. I think Charlie, which Critical did as well, so we're gonna react to that. But let's actually hear it from his mouth.
I have multiple collars. I'm going to address the collar thing in a second as well. But I have multiple collars for Kaya, and I put an air tag on them. I put an air tag on all of her collars to make sure that, I know where she's at. And
I don't believe this for a moment. I don't believe this for a moment. And I know that we got AJ in the house. Oh, good. You say you got thoughts on this. I'm curious on your thoughts because, again, you're a professional dog trainer. That's what you do for a living. I'm curious because I don't buy this for a moment. I don't buy this for a moment.
One of the collars that people are pointing to in the from previous days or from like months ago is the collar that is a vibration collar. A collar that I use specifically to...
A vibration collar ain't gonna make your dog yelp like that, homie. A vibration collar ain't gonna make your dog yelp like that. Don't even front, son.
A collar that I use specifically to communicate with Kaya when she's free roaming at the park or when she is, off leash running around. Okay? Because when you leave your dog to free roam, to go out on the trail or whatever, there are going to be instances.
We know this is bogus. We know this isn't true. You want to know how we know this is true? Hasan doesn't go outside unless it's to fake a protest.
Where you can yell for her to come back to do recall, but because she's so far away that she can't hear you. Okay? That's where the vibration collar comes in. It vibrates. It doesn't actually have any sort of like shocking component. Okay? And there are multiple different versions of this. God,
the Ecta Screen apparently just subbed. Ecta Screen, you're retarded. That's one more retard in the ranks, bros.
Are the no bark collars that I believe both vibrate and also emit like a large sound, like a loud sound. There are shock collars as well. They all look very similar to one another. Okay? But the vibration collar is what they were pointing to. Okay? To be like, oh my God, he has a collar that he's using to abuse her and shocking her. There are a lot of dogs who use this. Okay? There are also a lot of dogs, working dogs, that use a shock collar as well.
Yes, shock collars are used. Everybody knows shock collars are used. Shock collars, to my knowledge, and I'm no expert. I'm waiting for AJ, again, the professional dog trainer chat. I'm waiting for AJ to give his thoughts. But to my knowledge, there are no shock collars, while they are used and while they're legal and whatnot, aren't supposed to be turned up so high they make your dog scream in pain. To my extensive knowledge, though, there are no exclusively vibrating collars. It's a setting. A good e-collar has a vibrate and beep setting. So that is AJ, again. And look, I'm going to take AJ, I'm going to take his word when it is literally his job. For those of you that don't know, I'm not joking when I say, like, his job, he is a professional dog trainer. Anyone that's known AJ for a long time knows this. So yes, I'm going to take what he says over what Hasan, known liar Piker, says. Alright, so that was his justification. That it was a vibration collar. I see you got a lot of you guys saying in the comments that he covered it up with tape. I've heard that as well. So we got the comments on here. We got Madam Savvy. What a freaking liar. Vibration collars don't cause that reaction. Vibration collars will make a dog shake its head most of the time in high activity. Vibration collars are not felt. That's why trainers say are inherently useless. He also still won't show the collars on stream. She cowers in pain in the initial video and looks at him. Again, no vibration causes that. This is not a working dog. Hasan is not in an occupation to require it. He does not hunt. He has no idea what he is talking about. Dogs have thicker flesh and stronger necks than humans. They can take a lot before it causes a cry like that. There's also a video that shows he thinks it's okay to pull a dog by the tail. I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that at all. Gaslighting is amazing. He's on video, reaching for the remote. She yelps. He tries to play it off. Now he's abandoned that entirely and trying to, it's a vibration collar angle. Saying anyone who doesn't want to do this to their pets is a bad pet owner. Pure evil. My dog always screams when I use my vibration collar. Alright, so, obviously, we got nobody in the chat agreeing with him. Nobody in the chat. Now, obviously, to be fair, this isn't his chat. This is posted from Yeet. But, Charlie from Moist Critical stating, Crazy day on Twitch. Crazy day on Twitch. Well, let's find out. I assume this is going to cover both the woman giving live birth and this situation. Shot collars are the bark collars that shot when your dog vocalizes past a certain level. E-collars can be abused on higher settings. Below settings are perfectly fine. Thank you for the clarification.
Obviously, I'm a little greasy. No, I haven't showered yet. So what? Who cares? Have you showered yet? If you did and didn't use Cheeky soap, then it doesn't count. Cheeky's the...
All right. First of all, I feel called out. No, I've not showered yet. No, I've not showered yet. I will wash my hair tomorrow. I'll wash my hair on Fridays. So call me out. And I don't use Cheeky soap. I'm a Tresemme guy. Though I do like me some Dr. Squatch.
best soap in the universe. I know I'm looking disheveled, but what are you? The Mighty Morphin Shower Rangers? I also haven't grown any taller. I'm still short. You want to make a big deal out of that too? Point is, yesterday was a pretty crazy day on Twitch. I think most of you have noticed over the last year or so, I've been very out of touch when it comes to internet creator drama. I haven't been keeping up like I used to, but occasionally I do still dip my toes in sporadically to see what's going on. And yesterday during stream, chat was telling me about...
Tolbo says, I've seen people act around pit bulls and other dangerous animals and saw how you interact with them. I don't think someone should own an animal they can't handle. All animals are dangerous animals if you're a fucking retard. And I'm not trying to call you out specifically, Tolbo, but I will say the pit bull analogy always annoys the fuck out of me. I've owned, I shouldn't say I've owned. My dad's owned, and then I've lived with people who have owned pit bulls at 3 different times in my life, and they've always been absolute sweethearts because they're trained well. Every single pit bull I've ever been around has been a sweetheart of a dog. So yeah, I know that's not what you're saying, but so that it's not misconstrued in chat, I fucking hate the pit bull example. That's the one that people always jump to, and it annoys me so goddamn much. But yeah, goddamn birds can be dangerous animals. All right, birds can be dangerous animals. Obviously, yeah, pit bulls can be and whatnot, but it's such an easy thing to jump to. Most dangerous land mammal in the world is a goddamn hippopotamus. Those fat fucks are the most dangerous. But yeah, shout out Ryan, how you doing, brother? Abomination Age says, when I worked for the training company, we'd use them ourselves to show people they're on ourselves to show people it was fine. I was the only weirdo that put it on my neck, though. Yeah, AJ, don't ever change, brother. Don't ever change.
Two really big things that were happening. The first being a live-streamed birth on Twitch. The second being Hasan apparently using a shock collar on his dog on Twitch. Both of these sounded fucking nuts to me, so obviously I looked into them. And I know the Hasan dog stuff is what's blown up the most, but I actually want to start by blabbering about the live birth, because out of the two...
Yeah, this is about the live birth, because I know this happened. The extent of what I know happened is that some broad gave live birth on Twitch, which I find to be fucking ridiculous, disgusting, strange, at the very least. I consider it to be using your fetus / child as a goddamn prop. Like, literally from the moment it's born. And I also know that Dan Clancy popped in to congratulate her. Which I can't imagine taking the intimacy away from that moment to share it with the world. It's one thing if it's like for an educational video. You know, like some sort of educational video for doctors or for parents to be that they watch in a hospital or something. That's one thing. To do it on Twitch is just disgusting.
This is the one I have the least to say with. The Hasan dog one, I'm be-yapping. Well, let's start with the live birth, because apparently I've got a very hot take with this. The sentiment across the web, from what I can tell, is people are extremely positive about it, very supportive, and think that it was a wonderful thing.
What? No way.
Necessarily.
Is that really the sentiment across the internet? Because I haven't seen much about this. I'm gonna be real. I know it exists, I know it happens, but I have not seen much of it. Is that the general sentiment? That people think that having a live birth on a live stream is a positive thing? I'm flabbergasted.
Really have that perspective. I'll show you a brief snippet here of what the stream was like, with the baby being delivered in front of, like, allegedly, you know, tens of thousands of viewers. I'm seeing numbers that range from 30,000 to 100,000. I think people claiming 100,000 are including all...
Bro, how many, as I saw someone with Serrano say that Dan Clancy's probably jerking off during it. Exactly. Let's say there was 100,000. Let's lowball it. Let's say it was the 30,000 number. Even if it's the 30,000 number, how many of those people are fetishizing it? How many people over there just spanking and wanking to it? Like, that is so weird. You unknowingly, or maybe even knowingly, which is even worse, just had untold gobs of individuals, of just straight degenerates jerking themselves to you giving birth to your, at this point, not even 24-hour-year-old. I mean, I am sure that this was fetish content for more than a few people.
The people that watch partied the birth.
Let's take the Twitch aspect out of it. Why you got so many people in this room with you, dude? Again, this is supposed to be an intimate moment reserved for you, your husband, or boyfriend, or whatnot. Then obviously the doctors and nurses. Who are all these broads? And frankly, is this one a dude? I can't even tell. Man, ain't nothing sacred anymore.
Now, I want to be clear, I'm very happy that everything went well with the delivery here. When it comes to home births, I've heard like horror stories and such about things that can go wrong and then not being able to get immediate care that a hospital offers. Like there's just a lot of things that I've read about that can be like disastrous, and I'm super, super relieved that this was not one of those cases. It seems like everything went really smooth, everything went perfectly. A healthy baby was delivered, and I think that is all extraordinary. That being said,
Martin Tiberius O'Donnell for Two Banger says, it is like an attention spirit bomb. Yo, that is exactly right. It's like, dude, she be out there on X or on Twitch. Lend me your energy, when really the energy is a bunch of fucking single moms or women out there that can't get attentions, or boyfriends or husbands saying, you go girl, slay queen. And then there's the extra, let's say, spirit that is coming from the dude's bodily fluids when he is getting his rocks off to this. Like, that is the extra burst of spirit that is sending her Super Saiyan vagina over the edge to give this baby birth live on Twitch. Fucking weird, dude. Shout out. Thank you, Marty.
I really hate that there has been a complete deterioration of the value of privacy. It seems like people don't want privacy anymore. Like, there's no such thing as like a special moment anymore if you can't monetize it and
That's what I
publicly
said. Exactly.
display it. Something like the birth of your child, to me, would be something that you would want with your closest family, your soulmate. You know, like, this would be something so personal that you wouldn't want just a bunch of strangers peeking in on. And of course, I'm not her. I am not the family. She can do whatever she wants, but I'm giving you my perspective here, that to me, this seems...
You can do what you want. That doesn't mean you should do what you want. I mean, this is that Jurassic Park adage in real life. You spent so much time wondering if you could do it, you didn't think about whether you should do it. That's what this is. And you can make the argument, oh man, I bet from like Twitch donos and Twitch subs and whatnot, I mean, she's set. Kids can be expensive. First of all, no, kids ain't that goddamn expensive. I'll be real, guys. I'm tired of that narrative. I hate that narrative. Kids ain't that goddamn expensive. Kids aren't that goddamn expensive. We've been having kids since the inception of man. That's kind of how the species propagates. They are really, truly not that goddamn expensive. But yes, this is something that just, while it can be done, this should not be done. This is one of those things that, there's a certain level of sanctuary that should be found in this, a certain level of privacy, a certain level of intimacy, and it is just eroded day by day.
like a sign of the times where everything needs to be like content brand, content oriented. There's really no other reason to be live streaming the delivery of your child other than the obvious attention it's going to bring with it. And I don't know, to me that just feels
This might be a hot take. This is weirder than Hasan shocking his dog. It's not better. It's not worse, I mean. Like, in terms of, like, morally, I wouldn't say that this is worse. But I will say this is weirder, because there's a lot of people out there all day, every day that abuse dogs. It doesn't make it okay, but it does exist. There are not a lot of people all day, every day that give live stream birth to their fucking child. This is weirder than that.
Oh, odd, and so, I hate using this word, dystopian. That word is like actual fucking, like, acid leaving my mouth because it's lost so much meaning with how overly it's used, but this feels so dystopian to me. It turns something as sacred as life entering this world into a monetizable spectacle, an event that tons of people were watch partying like it was a fucking football game. So,
Bro, wouldn't it be hilarious if she gave birth to fucking baby Jesus and I didn't realize it? Now I'm going to hell because I'm over here criticizing the birth of the second coming. Like it just, if I had to find some sort of funny fucking way to spin this, wouldn't it be me, the open and proud Christian that talks about on my streams and whatnot, just getting my ass sent to hell because I did a live stream where I was out here just shitting all over the birth of the second coming.
it's not just a baby that might need to be breastfed here. She actually went out and was breastfeeding the entirety of the Twitch ecosystem here with additional views for those streams that were watching and reacting to her giving birth. I just think that is so fucking sad that everything has to be content now.
No, she couldn't be birthing the Antichrist because Hasan Piker also is going to be covered in this video.
Its first thought or open its eyes, it's already a piece of content. It's already in the social media chaotic swirl. It's already on camera. And to me, that's just crazy. But to a lot of people,
It's not even crazy, dude. I mean, it is crazy. It's that as well, but it's sad, man. It is sad. Like there are just some things that should remain behind closed doors.
it's not. Which I think is just kind of concerning that we've deteriorated so much that everything is like expected to be content now. I'm a viewer of this streamer. Why shouldn't I be allowed in the delivery room when she gives birth? In fact, that makes a lot of sense for me to be there, actually. I've watched her streams a lot.
You know what? That's an angle I didn't even think about. Charlie makes a good point here. And again, we all know I'm pretty lukewarm on Charlie. I think Charlie's a pretty milquetoast individual. I think that sometimes he has egregious, horrible takes. Sometimes he got a pretty good take. This is an interesting one. I didn't even think about it. This only ratchets up the parasocial relationship that some of these streamers probably have. And that's weird. And like, I agree with Badger in that for those of us that have small communities like I have with you guys, it's parasocial until it isn't. There's so many of you guys that I think about on the daily. Hope you're okay. When you don't show up for multiple streams in a row, it makes me like, oh man, I hope they're doing fine. Think about you by name, or at least by screen name, the whole nine. But when you got 30 to 100,000 people, you're going to have some weirdos in there. Like, you are going to have some weirdos in there. You're going to have some people that feel absolutely entitled to this because they know you, because they're there every stream. So they must know you. They must know the real you. It is very... It takes parasocial to a whole new level, and you are inviting. And it's one thing if you want to do that with your life, that's fine. It's one thing if you want to do that with your life, it's fine. It's one thing to bring that parasocial, mentality into your life as part of you. It should be expected. To be fair, it should be expected in some regard. Like I've always maintained that when actors or musicians or whatnot are approached by fans on the street when they get knowledge and they want an autograph, and the fan or and the artist, the actor or the musician went out, freaks the fuck out. Like, dude, you kind of signed away your rights to privacy when you opted to go for a career to be a goddamn megastar. Does it suck? I'm sure it sucks to not have that privacy or whatnot, and I feel for you, but you signed that away when you opted to go for a life of fame and fortune. There are some things you lose when you do that. And I don't think this is any different. I don't think this is any different at all. Like, you should expect a level of parasocial and expect a level of sometimes some creep factor that comes with it. But to subject that to your kid before they're even a day old is fucking gross.
I don't know. I just don't like that. Again, I'm very happy that everything went super well here with the actual delivery of the baby, and everything seems to be very healthy, and I think that's great. I just truly cannot agree with the sentiment that this is somehow like a positive thing, because I don't view it that way. Like, to me, this is very clearly content first, like content focused, and everyone can eat, so everyone gets a piece of content to watch this baby being born. I don't know. I don't really like that idea. It somewhat reminds me of a joke I told a while ago about a piece of content about how I should deliver a baby. Like, how extreme that would be as like a banger video to deliver someone's baby. It's like, it's kind of like that joke, but unironically here. Like, it actually happened. Well, of course, not to the level of, like, some completely unqualified goober, like, delivering a baby, but just, like, the...
Yeah, people in the chat saying this is a real-life Truman Show. I can see the entire conception, life, death being on screen. Like, this is, like, we're literally headed towards a real-life Truman Show, only the individual is not going to know, or at least at some point they're going to find out, and it be part of the gag that they know that they're being filmed, they are A-okay with it. This is so... It is so strange. Like, one of my favorite jokes of all time is a Stephen Wright joke. And he says, if I have a baby, I want to teach it its first word to be quote. That way, right before it dies, it can say unquote. Like, that way its whole life is one big quote. And when a buddy of mine had his first kid, I was like 20 years old, maybe even younger, maybe 18 years old when this happened. Homie had his baby young, right? And I would just sit there with his baby, and I'd be like, quote, 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 quote. I was trying so hard to get this little bastard's first word to be quote so I could make that joke a reality.
The act of a child being born into this world immediately becoming a piece of content. I just don't like that. Anyway, though, let's move on to the next subject. This is the one that is by far the biggest from yesterday, and probably one of just the biggest topics in general, which is Hasan and his dog.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America... Kaya, please just fucking go... Just stop.
His fucking argument that she snagged her claw or whatever. On fucking what? On fucking what? The dog had its foot firmly planted. All four paws firmly planted. This is a hardwood floor. They're gonna snag it on. This lying piece of shit.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby. It's just... You're making her stressed. She just literally
exactly,
is
Serrano. Dog bed is smooth
so
as well.
Incredibly spoiled from my mom.
Now, for the life of me, like, I cannot understand what he's even upset about in the first place that he starts, like, scolding the dog for. She moved, like, an inch, like, slightly off of that. It's like in a video game, like in Metal Gear Solid, when someone gets, like, a fucking question mark over their head, they're, like, zipping to you immediately. Like, she doesn't do anything, really, other than move slightly. And he is...
And, you know, there's a take on this. There's a take on this that I hadn't even thought about. Let me see if I can find it. Because there's a take on this that I thought was even more interesting. And ironically enough, it is actually from Shoe0nHead. So a little preemptive before we react to her video earlier. So yeah, here it is. Wild how the most good faith interpretation of the Hasan thing is that he didn't really use a shot collar on his dog. He just got so weirdly angry at his dog for briefly stepping off the little square he makes her sit on for 4+ hours while he live streams. Now, to be fair, Shoe is incorrect here. This is not a square. It is it is a rectangle. But beyond that, yeah, let's look at the best interpretation of this. She's right. He is, even if he didn't use a shock collar, he is so abusively, like, mean, for lack of a better word, to this dog, that it's trained in fear that he gets angry when it moves off the fucking dog bed. What?
Noticeably upset. He is upset about that specifically. Even before this incident, earlier in the stream, he had already, gotten annoyed at her for moving around prior to this.
The absolute worst country on the planet, straight up, bar none, a capitalist shithole. Kaya, now was not the opportunity for you to...
To what,
down.
Move? To move? Now's not the opportunity for you to move? Bro, the dog looks so sad, bro. And I know that this breed of dog, I couldn't tell you what kind of breed of dog it is. I'm gonna be real. I couldn't tell you what kind of breed of dog this is. But you can, like I know what this breed, their eyes always look sad. They got that droopy D look to them. But, man, have y'all seen how much Vivi fucks with me while I stream? How much Vivi fucks with me when I stream? And is it annoying? It's like, yo, Vivi, get the fuck out of here. He's like jumping up on me and rubbing up on my mic, frequently fucking with my camera. Have you ever seen me like yell at Vivi? I frequently pet and play with my cat while I stream.
The absolute worst fucking place on the planet. Just a horrific.
So I think it's pretty clear that the dog moving off of that spot is what's making Hasan annoyed at her. Now, I saw he mentioned place training. Place is an actual dog training thing. And the whole idea behind it is designating a spot in a comfortable location for your pet. For a lot of people, I know it's like their office if they work from home. And Hasan was talking about how that area is her place. And for dog training, place is supposed to be like their happy spot where they are super safe and they feel super secure. And the way training goes with this, at least from everything I know about dog training, now keep in mind, when we first got tested...
All right, so AJ coming in. I want to hear AJ's thoughts on this since, again, he is the dog trainer. This is where my opinion kind of differs from most. Commands should be held until you release the dog. So if you told her to place, she should stay until released. If that's what he did, fair enough. By the same token, I can't find... Like, when you give a command like that, AJ, and I'm curious. I want... Yeah, thank you. Marty asked for me. For 4 hours... Like, if you tell a dog place, and it's placed, is it a reasonable command to have the dog, especially a dog that size, stay in that location without moving for 4+ hours?
Bro.
I'm not asking to be combative. I am curious from your perspective.
We did do dog training because my grandmother used to live with my parents, and Tetri gets very excited to see people. It's the cutest thing in the world, but she loves to jump on people.
That's fine. The issue is how long she's had to hold it, and if he's exercised her enough to balance out how long she must remain. I think it's a fair take.
And my grandma living at my parents when we'd go to visit, or if they came to visit, if Tetra would jump on her, it could cause injury. So we did do dog training in order to learn how to, like, help with that. We didn't do any, like, fear training or anything like that with shock collars or whatever, but place was something that we did learn about. And when it comes to place... You do not want to, like, make it something stressful for the animal, at least in our teachings. It's supposed to be a comforting spot for them, not like a stressful thing where they just go there and fucking, like, you know, blue screen in the brain and just sit there idly comatose. And if they don't, they get punished. So he's calling this her place, but when she's moving from the place, he's scolding her. That's not what we were taught you're supposed to do when it comes to place training. That kind of defeats the purpose of it. I don't know why he would be getting so upset at that, like angry at the dog for moving.
Dude, I'm not... Dogs have energy that they need to expel and whatnot. As a human, so, like, even when I stream, I'm frequently moving around. Y'all see me, like, constantly changing positions and shit like that because I just can't sit still in one position for a long period of time. If the dog's getting up to stretch, I know nothing about the dude, so I don't know what her life is like, but if he's streaming for so many hours, the most likely her life isn't fulfilled, so yeah, it's abuse, if that's what he's forcing her to do is an issue. Good take.
From place. That really does kind of defeat the whole purpose of it. And then, in that clip, it seems like he reaches for something. Like, he looks off screen and he extends his arm to something, and then shortly thereafter, the dog yelps in pain, and Hasan turns around and calls her a baby, and then tries to reassure the chat that she is...
Yeah, Hasan literally streams for 10 hours a day. So yeah, I thought that the 4-hour accusation was low. I was like, I thought he streamed for like 8+ hours. So yeah, it's 10 hours a day. Jesus.
Spoiled, and then goes on to say that she's spoiled because his mother lets her, you know, have free roam around the house.
Honestly, I've mentioned this on other streams because I've had to, like, take breaks from other streams and whatnot this past week. My neighbors just got married. They got married on Thursday. Today's Thursday. They got married on Saturday. And they asked me, they're like, hey, and they've got 2 dogs. Like, hey, when we are gone for our wedding, we're going immediately to our honeymoon. Will you take them out? And like a good friend and good neighbor, I said yes, absolutely. So I get up in the morning, I walk their dogs, I do my streams, and if I have another stream immediately after, I tell those people, hey, I can't join the stream immediately after. I've got to go walk their dog. And then I'll walk the dog a second time. Both dogs. One of them is very well trained, doesn't even need a leash. It just follows me around outside. The other one I've got on a leash. So I go walk their dogs. Then I come back, I do the stream. So this is, around midday, mid-afternoon. And then in the evening, I do a third walk with them. I go out, and I'm taking, and why am I doing this? Why am I bringing this up? Because I know hot dogs need to go out, simply because I'm taking out my friends' dogs while they're away on their fucking honeymoon. And I've been doing this since past Saturday. I'll be doing it up through tomorrow. If he's streaming for 10 hours a day, what's this dog doing in terms of using the bathroom? Kaya's only getting 3 hours of exercise a day according to Hasan, but he streams for 10 plus days. Yeah, that's good information. Thank you. Again, I'll take you. I don't know if that's true, but I don't see any reason to doubt that given the timeline. So yeah, I mean, again, I'm taking my friend's dogs out 3 times a day over the course of about a 12 to 14 hour period. So he's streaming for 10 hours straight, and the dog's just sitting there. Like, does he leave his streams to take his dog out? Something tells me I doubt that.
He and the community are claiming that he didn't use a shock collar or anything, didn't like zap her, fucking Palpatine lightning blast her or anything like that. She got her dew claw stuck on that spot, and that's what made her yelp in pain. I guess quick dog lore breakdown if you're not familiar with how those creatures function or anything. The dew claw is separate from, like, the paw pad area claws. The dew claw is a little higher up on the leg. And it's an old trait from back way in yesteryear when dogs needed that extra claw. It is just now an evolutionary leftover. It's still present, but it's not something that obviously gets utilized by dogs to the same degree it used to. It is a sensitive area. That is true. If you've ever cut your dog's nails, or if you've ever taken your dog to like a dog salon or something and they like gave your dog a nail trim, you probably noticed that when it comes to the dew claw, they're very, defensive on it, like cautious, because it is such a tender spot. I have watched this clip like fucking 10 or 15 times now. And today I had some friends come in from out of town.
I haven't watched it that many times, but I'll say, yeah, I've watched it, I think, probably at least 6. I've watched it at least 6 times now, including the time that we've gone over it on this stream. Again, I've seen at no point whatsoever have I seen the dog's claw, the dew claw, get stuck on anything. It's snagged on anything.
So obviously I've been out most of the day at the farm, and this was actually a conversational topic. It's become so big that it was brought up by them. And every single person, and pretty much everyone I've seen online outside of Hasan and Hasan's community, is all saying the same thing. That yes, it looks like the dog does like touch its leg to that spot on the bed, but it doesn't look like it gets caught or anything. So it feels very unlikely that that is what caused the dog to scream in pain. Like, I don't think that's what made Kaya, that's her name, yelp. It doesn't seem to get caught or snagged on anything, and dew claws aren't so sensitive and so tender that even touching them would cause like a panicked scream. Or
Correct. I play with my dog's dew claw all the time. I say my dog's, really my grandma's dog, but she's a sweetheart and she likes me better. Shout out, sorry grandma, it's true. Yeah. Anytime I pick up, play with it, sometimes I fill this dew claw just to fuck around with it. Never once has Angel yelped in pain.
Anything. Unless she has an injury there, but I don't think Hasan is...
Him lying makes it worse. Seems he has set to the number to shock her in compliance, which is why she could seem stressed out being there. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Mentioned that, at least not that I've seen. So it feels to me very unlikely that that's what caused it, based on everything that we can see. Now, initially, even Hasan's community was starting to question, did he just shock Kaya? Did he...
And then Hasan's community, to my knowledge, ate up his explanation without any question. They are such drones. They are such sheep. An animal he probably also abuses, or at least we know that his family abuses, probably in a sexual manner, given they're from the Middle East. Yeah, his viewers are such sheep that they just buy his explanation, hook, line, and sinker.
Just use a shock collar on stream. And the clip instantly started going viral, and he kind of downplayed it and shrugged it off as like, oh, a bunch of bad actors attacking me for some fucking phony baloney, barnacles here, you know, unbelievable, this is all a load of fish paste. And instead of doing what I think most people, like not even just streamers, just normal people would do, of like showing, no, look, it's not a shock collar, obviously I didn't shock my dog, he instead just brushes it off saying, nope, it's not a shock collar, you're stupid for thinking that it is. And that's the attitude that his community had as well, like, oh, you must have psychosis if you think it's a shock collar. Which I think is a little odd because it's the easiest thing in the world to prove, right? You have all these people saying this shit, it's not true. Well, it takes like actually 3 seconds just to unclip that collar and just show like, hey guys, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here, this is not a shock collar. Look.
Like, it boils down to one of two things, or maybe both things. He's either so retarded he didn't think to do that, or it really is a shock collar. So I guess it couldn't be both. It's one or the other. Frankly, I can imagine him being that retarded. But I think right now, Occam's razor, it makes more sense that it's a goddamn shock collar. There's no good... The reason he doesn't prove that it's not a shock collar is because it's a fucking shock collar.
Look, here's what it is, and then explain it. Like, I feel like even a non-streamer, like a complete normie, average Joe Schmo, if you went to their house and saw that happen, or like, hey, did you just shock that dog? They'd be like, oh my god, no, this is clearly a misunderstanding. No, that's not what happened. Like, I feel like most people would be very quick to show you and prove that it's not a shock collar because it's so quick and so easy to do. And the fact that he doesn't is odd. Like, it is very peculiar. Why wouldn't you in the moment?
I genuinely do believe that Hasan is a sociopath. This isn't just like, oh, Leon doesn't like Hasan. You're right, I don't. I can't stand Hasan. I think Hasan is a cancer on this earth. But even if I didn't have strong opinions on him one way or the other, like, just his pattern of behavior on all of his streams, and then the way he treats his dog, like, anything less armchair psychologist here, dude is a sociopath. 100%.
Like, that's such a natural thing to do, especially for what's easily a slam dunk. Like, you have all these people attacking you, you could easily just come out and fucking slam jam thank you ma'am on them by just being like, nope, it's not a shock collar, look, here you go, the proof is in the pudding, behold. Like, it'd be so quick, so simple, and it would be irrefutable. But that didn't happen yesterday. Instead, it was kind of brushed off as like, you've got to be fucking stupid to think that, you know, Hasan would shock his dog on stream. And he just kind of propped it up as like, the only people that would believe this are like bad people in the first place, or like, you know, grifters, this kind of thing. And I just find that to just be so disingenuous, because most people are going to see this and it looks like you shock your dog. Given how annoyed you are with...
It looks like he shot his dog because he shot his fucking dog. Like, what are we doing here? Do my lying eyes deceive me? He shot this fucking dog.
The dog, and right before she yelps out in pain, you roll your eyes.
I don't know
much
about dog breeds,
screen.
Tebow, so I couldn't tell you.
Like, you are reaching off screen. That is very clear. And then the dog yelps while you were still annoyed. And then instead of doing like what I feel like most dog owners would do, would like check to see like, is everything all right? Why'd she just yelp in pain? Instead of doing that, calling her a baby and then mentioning how spoiled she is about roaming the house, like that doesn't compute. If this was her dew claw getting stuck there and then yelping in pain, you would have no idea why she's yelping. Why is your first instinct to call her a baby and then mention how spoiled she is about, you know, your mom letting her roam the house? The response to it just doesn't really seem to make sense if what happened is her dew claw getting stuck there. I just don't see why he would respond that way, like so, like aggressive about it. It just doesn't really make sense. Now, a bunch of super sleuths were diving in, like really analyzing frame by frame. Apparently, Hasan has mentioned that she does have like an air tag on her collar. People also saw like a doohickey underneath the air tag right before the moment where she yelps, where there's like a green blinking gadget there, a little fucking gizmo. And people were speculating that's probably the shock collar. And now today, Hasan went on stream to show the collar and explain what it is that everyone saw.
This is the one that people are talking about. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. Are you happy? That's it. Good. There's the air tag. There's the fucking vibrator. It also has a flashlight component to it, at nighttime. And it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost. If she were to actually get fucking lost.
So on stream, he was showing that the unit everyone saw is something that can only vibrate, it can't shock.
Yeah, 24 hours later, you could replace the collar. Yeah, this collar doesn't show the camera. Exactly.
It also has like other things like a flashlight and stuff. And then he went on to explain like why he has a vibrator there for the sake of like training and that kind of thing. Now, since this was a day later.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm with AJ on this one. People keep calling it a shock collar. It was innately abusive. It's an e-collar, delivers an electric pulse that's small and low numbers. Yeah, again, this is actually one of the things that I don't know if I'll take heat for this or not. Low shock, from everything I know about dog training, isn't a bad thing. Isn't a bad thing at all. It's like no different than when you are, build up some static electricity and you touch something and you get shot. It's like, oh shit. It's not painful. Just a oh shit moment. I don't have an issue with that. I mean, that could still be abused, and I wouldn't want someone to abuse that. But inherently, there's nothing wrong with it.
Obviously, people are going to be wondering, is this real? Like, is he telling the truth? Like, you could have swapped it out. You could have changed out the previous model with one that doesn't have.
Terrace House Guy for 2 Banger says, dude went from insufferable to animal abuser. I mean, right? For sure. I went from monster to Frankenstein. Went from monster to full on Frankenstein. Just doing all sorts of ungodly shit that ought not been done to a living being.
Have shocking capabilities because there are vibrate only units and there are some that have vibrate and shock. Something he also mentions that those kind of things do exist. But since this was so far after the fact, people are always going to wonder, well, did he just switch it out? And something else that spawned from this is, it looks like there's tape on it. So when you watch it and you pay attention to the actual unit, it looks like there is just some black tape on it. And a bunch of people online started to try and find out what brand this is, because I don't know if I missed it and everyone else missed it, but I don't think he mentioned what model this is, like what brand or what model.
Not in
anything
the clip you
like
showed,
that.
he didn't.
So people don't know what it is. They're just going to have to take his word for it that this is a vibrate-only unit. And since there's no visible prongs, you're led to believe that it can't shock or anything. However, there are shock collars that have detachable prongs. In fact, the shock collars we use on Skill Check channel when we play Magic the Gathering and make a misplay and we shock ourselves, you can take the prongs off of those. I think that's a pretty standard feature in a lot of shock collars, I think. So, you can just take the prongs off. And when you increase the brightness here, it does seem like there's definitely tape. I've seen this picture float.
Yeah, I saw this floating around as well. So it looks like, right here, you've got just tape over where the detachable prongs would be.
Around a lot, and people believe that they have narrowed it down to a model called the Educator ET400, which seems to match it visually 1-to-1 in all aspects except for the bottom side there, where on the ET400 there are 2 prongs there, but you can take those prongs off from what I can tell, at least online, and in the Hasan clip, there's a bunch of tape there, which potentially would be there to cover up the holes. I don't really know what else there would be tape there for. I don't really get that. It doesn't make a ton of sense. But of course, I have no way of knowing 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt that Hasan shocked Kaya on that stream or anything like that.
I understand y'all's focus on Hasan. My issue is that makes the tool look bad. People are focusing on the tool, calling it. Well, AJ, I think that you're taking the wrong thing away from this. People are focusing on Hasan. People are focusing on Hasan, not the tool, because this is a pattern of behavior. I have not seen. I'm not saying it's not out there. I've not seen a single person, not even in this chat. I've not seen a single person in this chat state that shock collars are inherently bad, or e-collars, as you're saying, are inherently bad. In fact, I've said on this show that since we've been live, that I agree with the use when they're being used properly. I've gotten literally zero pushback from that. People are focused on Hasan because this is emphasizing a pattern of how terrible the individual is. And it's not the training tool, AJ, it's how Hasan used it to abuse his dog. Exactly. OBD is correct. Hasan is, and I don't use this word lightly, Hasan is an evil individual. He is an evil person. And this is just another piece of categorical evidence towards him being evil. Like, if it wasn't evil enough to celebrate the murder of babies, I mean literal babies, if it wasn't evil enough to celebrate the literal murder of babies that are the victims of, Houthi and Hamas terrorists, he did that. If it wasn't evil enough to platform and promote terrorism, terrorists, he's invited terrorists on his stream. If it wasn't evil enough to advocate for the murder of right-wing individuals, both in and out of office, if it wasn't evil enough to celebrate the assassination of Charlie Kirk, this just adds another level to it. People like the men, and people are focusing on all of these instances of him broadcasting to a live audience his level of evil. This just adds to it. So it is not about the tool. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's saying e-collars are evil, abusive tools and shouldn't be allowed. There's nobody in this chat has said that. Nobody I've seen online has said that. So I think you're taking the wrong thing away, because since you are a dog trainer, you're worried about what could happen. But it's because you're not familiar with Hasan as an individual. As I was going to say, as a creator, but he doesn't create shit aside from Discord. So, yeah, no, I think you're inherently, and I think you're wrong there. People here and everywhere saying, I'm gonna need some proof, because people here are not saying it. And is there anybody in chat? Is there anybody in chat right now that thinks the use of an e-collar is inherently wrong and evil? Anyone in chat at all? If so, AJ, I'll say AJ's right. People here are saying it, but I've not seen a single person in chat say that. And thanks to Kata's raid, shout out Foot Clan, there's 98 people watching. Zlowsy says, yep, a tool is a tool. Becomes a weapon or a cruel device in the wrong hands. Blaming a shop collar is like blaming a firearm. It's all about the owner. Charlie the libtard hasn't said either. Nope, it's a good tool if properly used. Inherently evil. No, nobody in chat saying this, AJ. Nobody in chat is saying that. Are there random idiots on the internet saying so? Sure, random idiots on the internet say dumb shit. Hasan is a random idiot on the internet who brings terrorists on his stream and supports them. So, yeah, nobody is saying it's inherently an evil tool. We are all talking about Hasan, and we're focusing on Hasan because this is a highlight of the pattern of behavior for this evil individual that, for whatever reason, still has a platform that is not only allowed to exist and is allowed to be copacetic with Twitch, but is actively enabled and supported and propagated by Twitch.
But based on the old eyeball test, the old smell test, what you can literally see, he is annoyed with Kaya. He expressed it a couple of times, scolded her. He rolls his eyes. He does reach for something off screen. And as he is reaching, it seems like when he finally gets to something, she yelps in pain. And then there's no real, concern from him, and instead talks about why she's, a spoiled baby. I don't see anything that she could have, hurt herself on. It doesn't seem like her dew claw or anything gets tangled up in the bed. So, to me, it feels like it is something he did. Even if it's not a full-blown shock, he didn't get her with, a Dungeons & Dragons lightning bolt or anything like that. If it is a vibrate-only unit, I feel like he definitely did press the vibrate in that instance there. I see nothing else that would cause that yelp here from
exactly
everything that
Omega,
we can
correct.
clearly see. And if that is the case, and that, to me, that's what it seems like the case is, that's super fucked up. She didn't do anything wrong. I don't think there's anything to warrant him being upset in the first place. And to be upset enough to press a, correctional button on that device is so beyond fucked. There was no bad behavior or any kind of correction or punishment needed to be doled out there. All she did was move on the bed slightly, slightly move off the bed. I think it's super fucked up. But if this is all wrong, it's all a bunch of hooey, and Hasan didn't shock or vibrate or do anything at all here to cause Kaya to yelp in pain, I think it would have been very easy to immediately in the moment prove that by just showing the collar, which, again, I feel like is the most logical thing most people would have thought to do. But also, B, I still think all of his, anger and, annoyance...
Shoe0nHead is correct. I was going to wait for Charlie to say the same thing, but I'll say it now since Ron's already said it. The fact that in Hasan's world, Kaya was yelping because she was scared of the vibrator is a problem. Absolutely. Because even if it is a vibrating collar, not a shock collar, which I don't believe for a minute, mind you. I don't believe that for a moment. But even if that is the case, the fact that she would yelp like that out of some sort of fear from just a vibration collar means that there's other shit going down. 100%.
At the dog for moving around off her place is just fucking weird too. And then of course people were mentioning how Kaya's on stream 8 to 10 hours a day, and then just all of a sudden randomly he decides to shock her today. Yeah, great story you've got there, Buster. Really shows how stupid everyone's become. Everyone's really fucking dumb to believe in something like this, all just because he hasn't in the past on stream. And then, of course, people take it a step further, saying none of his friends have ever called him out for using a shock collar, thus this has to be a...
Yeah, none of Justin Bieber's friends called him out for any of the abhorrent shit that he did, but Justin Bieber had people he paid to be his friends. Like, I'll be real, friends will look the other way on a lot of shit because either your friends or, in the case of Hasan, because they got money. Like, that's yeah. Hasan's friends didn't call him out, so that's not proof of shit. That's not proof of shit.
Load of, fucking horseradish. I think this is a very weak argument.
Oh, shout out, Kata. I don't know why I said thank you. Thank you for the raid, brother.
Use a shock collar, he would never let any of his friends see that because he would know that they would call him out for it and give him shit for it, especially someone like Maya. So they just wouldn't know. Thus, they wouldn't be able to call him out on it or anything like that. And this whole idea of making an assumption based on things that are outside of what is clearly visible here, I think is useless. Just because you haven't seen it in the past on stream doesn't mean it's not something he's done before.
I couldn't care less about the public's opinion, though, AJ. I could not give a fuck less about the public's opinion on shock collars or e-collars or dog collars. That's not my world. I don't give a fuck about it. What I give a fuck about is this evil motherfucker having a platform.
Or it is very possible this was the first time. That's also very true, too. What are shock collars used for? Training. And what is he currently doing with Kaya, at least based on what I've heard him talk about? Training.
And this is a major story.
Expanding the training
AJ, I get that you're not part of the streamer world in terms of, like, you keep to yourself, you talk about fucking cartoons and shit, which is fine. I love that stuff. But since you are not part of this world, you do not understand the ramifications of why this is important. We are talking about one of the most influential streamers in the world. We are talking about one of the most influential streamers in the world. He has all sorts of articles written about him that paint him in a positive light, whether it be from the New York Times, Time Magazine, the Washington Post. He was listed by, I believe, Rolling Stone as one of the top 10 most influential streamers of all time. We are talking about somebody who is unequivocally evil. Yes, exactly what Critic says. He spreads violence. He incites violence. He is a bad guy. So yes, the fact that this is a story that has to do with Hasan is 100% worthy of everybody talking about it, because it adds yet another layer to the ongoing issue that is the propagation of this individual's content. 100%. Hasan, I do not care in large part if this makes a few people's jobs more difficult or whatnot. This dude streams to cumulatively across the course of a year probably millions of viewers, and he spreads a literal dangerous ideology and does it behind the smokescreen of free speech. Again, he has committed literal crimes and seen no punishment. So yeah, this is absolutely, I'll be real, the dog training community is far smaller than the violent leftist ideologue community. The dog training community does paltry numbers compared to the violent leftist ideological community. And that's the community that I am far more worried about.
Place. So maybe he decided that this might be a good tool to use for the first time. That's also entirely possible. It's not some like far-fetched crazy conspiracies that only haters are drumming up and, falling in line with. It's a very plausible thing based on what is clearly visible in the clips. Anyway, just wanted to blabber about this a bit.
God
I know
damn it,
I've been
Serranos.
very out of touch with internet creator drama. I plan to keep it that way. But occasionally, can't help but poke around in a couple of the things going on out there, and yesterday was just a crazy one that I just needed to yap on a bit. That's really about it. So, yeah.
All right, that was a good video. Actual W from Charlie. You love to see it. Doesn't happen very often. Actual W from Charlie. Shout out. Well done. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, my thoughts on this are pretty clear. I think that Hasan is abusing his dog. I believe that. I'll say it allegedly, because that's what you gotta fucking do. Not like Hasan's gonna fucking sue me. Bitch ass doesn't even know who I am. I will get in the octagon with him though. But yeah, no. I do personally believe that Hasan is an animal abuser. I think that he comes from a culture that is known for animal abuse. So, you know what? That's my take on it. It seems like the collar had the prongs taken off. They were covered in tape. He is a sociopath, in my opinion, that had literally no remorse for anything that he did, or for the well-being of his dog. And yeah, dude should not have a dog if that's how it's gonna be. Dude shouldn't have a dog that's gonna be. Back when Hondo was still here, you guys saw how I doted on that fucking bird on stream. Doted on that goddamn bird. Yeah, fuck his son. That's the end of that one. Hasan's collar highlighted tape. It was in the video. I had already seen the image. I had already seen the Gamma Ultra picture. But yeah, I'm curious what you guys ever think about it. Let me know in the comments down below. Or let me know on X. You can find me at Bolt the Word. And please do subscribe. I'm a nerdy news channel. I cover nerdy news every day. Not always about streamer drama, but anime, movies, music, Magic the Gathering, you name it. Check me out on Instagram at wordsparadise_Leon and become a member for $4.99 a month. You can join the Discord. Choose the articles we go over on a day-to-day basis. Choose the videos to react to on the live streams. And of course, get involved with over 200 other vital idols. We are a bright, beautiful, glowing, vibrant community that I cannot wait to grow even further. Because I do care about diversity. Only one kind of diversity. Diversity of thought. That's interesting to you. Join the Discord, subscribe, and until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere. This has been Words of Paradise. Don't leave. The stream isn't ending just in case this gets clipped into a video, which I'm thinking probably will. Yeah, definitely hit that like though. But we got more to talk about. We spent our whole first hour on Hasan stuff. But we got more to talk about. We got plenty to talk about. Because Kami Mommy released a new video, and it is something that I've been talking about for ages. Female Gooners must be stopped. I started talking about this, and a lot of others did, with the collective shout stuff. Because you got these goddamn Karens out there, censoring Gooner games. It's like, oh my God, these evil video games that have these fantasies of, harming children and women. Meanwhile, bro, women read some of the most absurd smut shit that would make your boys' cheeks turn red. Shit would make your boys' cheeks turn red. And now we got Kami Mommy out here. Female Gooners must be stopped. Y'all know how it is. We react to every shoe video. And this ain't gonna be no exception. Let's go, son.
Oh, I didn't see you there. What am I reading, you ask? Well, just one of the best-selling books on Amazon right now. With millions of sales and almost 20,000 5-star reviews, this book has been absolutely blowing up, especially on TikTok, or...
Ain't no way that a female Gooner book should be getting 20,000 5-star reviews. When's the last time you ever heard a dude say that he gives Debbie Does Dallas a 10 out of 10 when it comes to being a film? Like, yeah, maybe it might be one of the most famous pornographic films of all time. When the last time you heard someone honestly say, like, unironically, with full conviction, Debbie Does Dallas is a 10 out of 10 movie. Like, if I had to rank all 10 out of 10 movies, Debbie Does Dallas is right up there with Alien and Raiders of the Lost Ark. You ain't ever gonna hear a dude say that shit. Butterframed in Gold for a 5-banger says, got the motor ready to go back in. Let's see how far I get while paying attention to the stream. Base, shout out Butterframed in Gold. You love to see it. Thank you so much for the 5-banger, brother.
Book talk, as the kids call it. Thousands and thousands of women in particular have been raving about this piece of literature. What piece of literature is it, you may ask? Well, Morning Glory Milking Farm, of course. A popular romance novel.
It just occurred to me. Is this why when we started the stream, because I had this in the title of the stream, that Lucy said she's got her milk ready? I just thought, oh, you know, it's early in the day for some people. Maybe they're having some milk with their breakfast or something. No, Lucy said she's got her milk ready, and it was in regards to this. All right.
About a young woman down on her luck who does what every young woman does when facing financial struggle. She starts an OnlyFans. No, I'm just kidding. She wouldn't degrade herself like that. She gets a job jerking off monsters.
That's right, the Morning Glory Milking Farm.
I have been reading Morning Glory Milking Farm since last night, and I'm obsessed.
This was a good time.
Every single one of these broads gonna be fat. We are tree for tree so far on fat bitches. All of them are, and the ones that aren't going to be fat are going to have either a nose ring or funny colored hair or fuck themselves up with ugly tattoos. And y'all know me, I love me some good tattoos. But these broads tend to fuck themselves up with ugly tattoos.
It did not disappoint.
If this book is trash.
Damn it! Damn it! This one isn't fat, have a nose ring, fucked up hair, or fucked up tattoos. At least that we can see. It looks like there might be some sort of fucked up tattoo right here. If that is a tattoo, then I will count this as a fucked up tattoo because it is so, it's so blurry and faint that it doesn't look like it's properly done.
Then I am a fucking raccoon. Give me all of the garbage.
Get your eyeballs on this because it is so good.
I regret to inform you that there is a new epidemic. An epidemic that many have yet to discuss. And that epidemic is female Gooners.
I'm reading what I read.
Now, for those of you unaware,
bro, that looked like an even less funny Rachel Dratch. For those of you that know who Rachel Dratch is, that was probably a great comment. For those of you that don't, I just made no sense.
Gooner is internet slang for someone addicted to porn. And smut is slang for dark romance novels, otherwise known as porn. Many correct about the dangers of porn addiction with men, how it can destroy their lives and their relationships, and most men know the material they consume is weird. That is why they are ashamed of it. That is why they delete their browser history. That is why they go incognito mode. But these bitches freaks out here. They display their smut openly in bookstores. They proudly pose in front of their smut collections. They discuss their smut openly on TikTok. They go to smut conventions and get choked out by 9-foot-tall shirtless wendigos. Now, I know what you are.
Is this the white AJ? Are we looking at the white AJ right now? The Wendigo, not the woman. Although I do feel like the white AJ would probably plow. It's another fat bitch, by the way.
To smut conventions and get choked out by 9-foot-tall shirtless wendigos. Now, I know what you are thinking. Shoe, isn't this the pot calling the kettle degenerate? Yes. Yes, it is. But have you considered it takes one to truly know one? You see, women are strange, fascinating creatures. For centuries, men have tried to figure us out. Our mood is affected by the tides and the moon. We bleed for 5 days and don't die. By painting my face, I can instantly shapeshift from a 4 to a 6. We are truly mysterious.
I love that Shoe got some self-deprecating humor about her. You know, that's what makes her relatable. It's what makes her seem attainable. But she's a 6 without the makeup. The face paint makes her the 9.
Magical creatures. But one of the most mysterious aspects of women to men is our sexuality. You see, us women are not like those disgusting moids. No, we are sophisticated. We are evolved. We don't watch videos of strangers slapping their sweaty bodies together. No, we read about strangers slapping their sweaty bodies together. It's different, okay? You don't understand. It's okay when we do it. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the rapidly growing popularity of dark romance on TikTok and the recent dark romance convention that ended in disaster.
There was a dark romance convention? No way. Like, as somebody that has seen some shit when frequenting anime and sci-fi conventions, I shouldn't be surprised it's a thing, but I had no idea about it. And yes, she said ended in disaster. I'm all in. I gots to know.
Let's take a break from all this depressing political news and talk about something silly. Not that those political things aren't important, trust me, they are. You should be keeping up with politics and the news when you can.
Well, not only that, but when it comes to political stuff, I feel like this is a really important segue. Because if you know a girl, or a woman, I should say, reading this stuff, you already know her politics. Like, let's be real. Did any of them broads that we saw in those TikTok clips look like someone that was gonna vote for Donnie J? Nah, probably not. This video is actually, the left says everything is political, and you know what? They might be right, because this is an inherently political video, because these are the type of women that should not be allowed to vote.
No, it can be difficult to do, but fear not. I have an app for that. So before we get into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to our sponsor.
You know the dealio, we
Ground
let the sponsorships play
Ground
out.
News is a
because we're stealing their
website and an
content.
app that gives readers an easy way to read news from all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and—
like, for real though, someone asked me not too long ago on streams if I'd ever take sponsorships. I told them I'd been offered 2 and I turned them both down. This is a sponsorship I would absolutely take. I would 100% take this sponsorship.
Sure, you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features on Ground News is the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that have been covered by one side of the political aisle and ignored by the other. For example, here's a story about how Gavin Newsom is signing a bill to give 800,000 Uber and Lyft drivers in California the right to unionize. Pretty cool. Rare Newsom W. 12 news sources covered this, 7 were left-wing and 0 were right-wing, because the right is covering a far more important topic.
It says $5 sponsor. Shout out. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate the sponsor, guys. Truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. $5.
Harvard hires drag performer Lahore Vagistan as a visiting professor. 21 news sources covered this, 20 were right-wing, 1 was left-wing. A country divided, truly. Ground News also makes it very easy to compare headlines, so you can see how political bias completely reframes a story. For example, talking about how Trump has been posting a bunch of those sombrero memes, and the New York Post says, White House official behind Trump's hilarious meme war on Dems revealed. And then a left-wing outlet covers the same story, like, as the shutdown continues, a checked-out Trump posts childish memes. Wildly different vibes going on here. I have been using Ground News since 2021. It is one of my favorite apps. Like, it is my go-to, like, when I wake up. I, check Twitter, and then I check Ground News, immediately. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. And it's only $5 a month, which is basically the price of a coffee nowadays. So go to ground.
I would say that is cheaper than a coffee by at least 50%.
News/shoe, or use the QR code here on screen, or use the link in the video description. So thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
Right? Don't let me like that.
Let's get back to the video. Book Talk is a very interesting place, and any book fans out there know how it has absolutely destroyed the hobby of literature and just—
Just want to let you guys know, I'm not a book fan. I don't read books. Reading is gay. I listen to audiobooks, though. But yeah, in the words of our Lord and Savior, Andrew Tate, I couldn't even say that with a straight fucking face. Reading is gay. Don't read books. And I don't use TikTok, so I certainly don't use Book Talk.
Flooded it with absolute slop. Spicy slop. You see, books on TikTok are not rated by how well they are written or how good the characters are. No, they are rated by the spice. And what does spice mean? It means porn. Spice level is very important to book talkers. How much spice does a book have? What are the spiciest books they have ever read? How spicy is the book they're currently reading? Spice, spice, spice. The spiciest book going viral on Book Talk lately is none other than Morning Glory Milking Farm by C.M. Nascosta. Violet is a typical down-on-her-luck millennial, mid-20s, over...
I already hate this. I already hate how this is written. Typical down-on-her-luck millennial, colon, mid-20s, overeducated and drowning in debt, comma, on the verge of moving into her parents' basement. I hate how this is written already. Like, and I can't even say it was written by AI. This just sounds like a woman writing. This would be better if it were written by AI.
Educated and drowning in debt. Oh my god! She's just like me! On the verge of moving into her parents' basement, when a lifeline appears in the form of a very unconventional job in the neighboring Cambric Creek, she has no choice but to grab it with both hands. Morning Glory Farm offers full-time hours, full benefits, and generous pay with no experience needed. There's only one catch. The clientele is grade A certified prime beef.
They stole that from The Wedding Singer. Oh, come on. When Glenn Guglia checks out the waitress ass when Julia goes to the bathroom in front of Adam Sandler, he's checking out the waitress ass, and he's like, that's some grade A certified prime beef. Like, that is, or maybe he says prime meat. Whatever. This book is so unoriginal, it stole from a 1998 Adam Sandler romantic comedy.
With the manly, meaty endowments to... Okay.
Morning Glory Milking Farm is actually a profound critique.
I thought this was a dude at first. Holy shit. For all y'all out there that got them Asian fetishes, like, this is the best you're going to be able to do. I've seen what some of y'all look like. This is the best some of y'all can do. Others of you might be able to upgrade to the ladyboy section in Thailand, and then there's a select few of you that can go full Jap. Alright. Apparently...
Endowments to... Okay.
Morning Glory Milking Farm is actually a profound critique of late-stage capitalism and toxic masculinity.
I take it back. Guys. I don't wish this on any of you. I don't wish this woman on any of you.
In this text, we see that the tingling sensation in her coochie is actually the tingling sensation of a Marxist revolution.
Alright, hold on. You want to know what the worst part of all this is? You want to know? And when I point this out, y'all are going to hate me for it. But want to know what's worse than everything she just said? Is the words on her shirt aren't centered. The words on her shirt are off-center. So not only did she unironically use the word coochie and talk about late-stage capitalism, but she can't wear a proper shirt. Like, why would you buy a shirt? Like look at this. Perfectly centered. Imagine if this was just 8 pixels to the right or to the left. No. This is, it pains me. And then she also talked about late-stage capitalism and shit. Shout out to Janice Landers for the $10 super sticker. It looked like a pear flying. Yes, it's a super pear. Thank you so much. Speaking of a super pear, this bitch is Asian, so she don't have a super pear. She doesn't. Maybe if she had a super pear, it would stretch out the shirt to make the whatevs look properly centered.
In her coochie is actually the tingling sensation of a Marxist revolution.
This is every fucking BreadTube video to me, dude. This is every Jack Saint video. So I actually read the book myself, and I'm not gonna lie. The 19th Amendment needs to be abolished. So, like I said, the story is basically this millennial named Violet, and she gets a job basically working at Big Pharma in Narnia, where they harvest...
Please, for the love of God, I will give the book credit if they call it Big Pharma, but it's spelled F-A-R-M-A. Like, because it's like minotaurs and shit, Big Farm. Like, I would, but that's a man joke. That's a dad joke. So you know, because this was written by a woman, they won't do that.
Minotaur milk to make Viagra for human males. and I read the whole thing. Probably gonna be put on some kind of watch list. But listen, this is my job, okay? I'm not out here like selling feet pics or something. What I do is far more dignified and normal. Now, let's take a look at some of these notes I wrote. Let's see. Big dick and balls. At one point, she says the term, and I quote, the seam of his sack. So I'm reading this and the
How do I make a commentary? Like part of doing a reaction video is adding interesting, comedic, and or thought-provoking commentary. But what can I add that is interesting or thought-provoking? And certainly what can I add that is comedic about the seam of the sack?
whole time I'm thinking like, okay, he probably has like a human head, right? He probably like looks something like this, like, you know, just a dude with like horns. Then I see the official artwork. That's a cow.
That is somebody in Voss's chat's OC. Like somebody in Voss's chat has this from their DeviantArt, and the author just pulled this from their DeviantArt, or better yet, probably their fur affinity. And that is what we're seeing now. Although, I will give credit to the artist. Good shading on the abs. Like well done shading technique on the abs.
Bro is a cow. Bro is a straight up cow. In a few parts, they're being intimate, and it will be like, his hooves clip-clopped. My hooves will tear up your sheets. And it's like, I'm sorry, his what? At one point, she describes kissing him. And I swear to God, it was more disgusting than anything else described in this book. She's like,
all right. Some cultures eat cow tongue. I would try cow tongue. Now, I would wait for the animal to be dead and slaughtered and the tongue, you know, cut from its mouth and it, like, put on a sandwich. But to me, she's just, like, bypassing the butcher and going to the source.
Describing how big and wide his mouth is and how big and, like, slimy his tongue is. She's, like, describing the shit and you're just like, that's a cow. I mean, we are at a solid 5.5 on the Barbeau scale here.
Wait, what is the Barbeau scale? The monster fucker spectrum. Why is Vex Electronica not in my chat right now? So we got human. These characters are humans without any extra supernatural abilities or gifts. The human pro. These characters usually look like humans, but have non-human gifts or abilities. And obviously we got like a vampire here. Then we have the AJ. We have the AJ. We have the shifter. These characters have a human form and a non-human form. Many also have non-human abilities, even in human form. So again, we got AJ. AJ is right in the dead center of the monster fucker scale. And I think that's fair. I think AJ is a nice middle ground for monster fuckers. Humanoid creature. These characters are not human and do not look like humans, but have mainly humanoid features. So, you know, we're talking about orcs or goblins, things like that. Non-humanoid creature, where we got, this is apparently what this is. This is the Wendigo, right? This is the Wendigo. These characters are not human, do not look like humans, and have few humanoid features. Yeah, they have arms. They have shoulders. That is the human-like feature. Arms and shoulders. You know, gorillas also have arms and shoulders. Women are into this. Like, I want to put in this perspective. Women will get mad at you as a man for saying, yo, let's do some anal. I want to try some anal. And women will think you're fucking disgusting. But they will fuck a monster that Sam and Dean hunt on a weekend. What world do we live in? And then we have the what the fuck is that portion. These characters are not human, do not look like humans, no human features. And we shouldn't even call this the what the fuck is that. This should be the Japanese spectrum. This is should just be called Japan. Okay? Because we've all seen enough hentai to know where this right here is going.
is dangerous territory, folks. She also f***ers his ass. She f***ers the cow's ass. By the way, if you want an uncensored version of
This is utter nonsense. I beat Shoe to the joke. I don't know if she's going to do a joke like that later, but I beat her to it. I have not seen this. It's a fully authentic reaction. I want to make it. By the way, if it's a cow, does that mean the bitch is gay? Because cows are women, right? Aren't cows females and bulls are males? But the official artwork, that was clearly a dude. So Shoe is either just using this incorrectly and doesn't know there's a difference between cows and bulls, or this is actually a lesbian dark fantasy romance, but that can't be the case because she's jerking it off. I'm saying these words out loud. Killer Gamescast coming in with the save for a two-banger for unironically making a Supernatural reference. Dude, shut out. I'm a huge Supernatural fan. I was just like, I'm gonna go all hipster on y'all for a moment. I was a Supernatural fan before anyone else. Like, I've been watching Supernatural since season 1. I went to a Supernatural convention after season 2. Like, back when there was like 200 fucking people there. I've got pictures with 13-year-old me meeting Jared Padalecki. Yes, I love the first 5 seasons of Supernatural, and the show should have ended after that. Eric Kripke left, Sarah Gamble took over, and she's a terrible fucking writer. Cow is the name of the species? I thought cows were inherently female. Bulls or cows have... Oh, okay, so I guess I'm wrong. Okay, so cows... Alright. My bad, I guess I was wrong. I thought all cows were female. I guess, okay, my bad. I'm the retarded one, Shoe was correct, and I'm stupid.
This video and all my videos, Patreon. Go to Patreon, become a member. All members get the uncensored version of every video, so you can hear me talking about s***ing and f***ing and f***ing a cow's asshole. Is that what you freaks want? Anyway, I like how in this fantasy world, student loans still exist. Like, we can imagine a world with minotaurs and humans in a relationship, but we can't imagine a world without student loans. Sad. Oh, and he has one of those bull rings, like...
Oh, yeah, so right, cows have udders, and bulls don't. That's what, yeah, exactly, that's why I thought cows were females. Hold on. Now we're gonna have to take a break from the video to verify. Hold on. Are cows only female? So according to the Googs AI, no, only female cattle... Yeah, only female cattle are called cows. The species, which includes males and females, is called cattle. A cow is specifically a female that has given birth to at least one calf. So it's not even a cow till it's given birth. Well, there we go. I'm not wrong. Shoe is wrong, and y'all in the chat had me doubting myself. I thought that cow was female, and y'all are like, no, that's the species. Thank you for those of you in the chat that were correct with me.
Like the nose ring theory septum rings. And in this world, that means, like, you're married, but apparently he's divorced. The man is divorced. This is a divorced cow with a cow ex-wife. The lore is deep, folks. The funniest part, though, has to be when they go on a date. I need to just read this to you. When the bill arrived, she attempted to pull a handful of carefully folded bills.
Wait, when the bill arrived? So now we got a duck in the mix? I thought we were just dealing with cows. Now we got ducks. Okay, that joke wasn't as good as my other one.
From her wristlet before he stopped her. No, that's absolutely not happening. Put that away. She'd not thought about it until the day after their first dinner together, realizing that in mortification that she ought to have attempted to pay her half. What kind of feminist are you? She asked herself. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been out and hadn't paid for her half, including her coffee date with Carson Tinsley. She had come prepared that night, several weeks of her tips smoothed and tucked into her wristlet. But I didn't even offer to pay half the other night and shouldn't have Violet, if the commanding rumble of his voice hadn't silenced her. The heat of his hand dropping to her knee would have.
What do you mean hand? I thought he had hooves. I thought he had hooves. This isn't a cow then.
I don't want you to feel that you don't have any agency here. I might be the one giving all the orders, but you hold all the cards. Your comfort is the only thing that counts right now. And if I overstep...
This is the wrong music. I know that Shoe was going for like, that porno music, like the stereotypical porno music. But this just sounds like Persona 4 or 5 like city music. Like listen to what's going on in the background. You're like, oh yeah, I heard this in Persona.
I want you to know you can tell me so, but that's not happening. Don't think I'm unaware we're at different points in our careers. You can say no, you can say you don't want to see me again, you can tell me to stop coming to the farm when you're working. It's dinner, not a down payment of your time, but I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone. So when you're with me,
I'm curious what the cow does for work. Sorry, the bull. What the bull does for work, 'cause it's not a cow. She's wrong. Like, what is the economy like in this version of Narnia? Like, is Mr. Tumnus like his accountant? Because he's got like opposable thumbs, so he can like do all the paperwork and shit. I'm curious about the economy of bullfucker Narnia.
I'm spoiling you. End of story. She was a good feminist, she told herself, and she definitely couldn't be bought. But if he had suggested at that moment that he would have appreciated a blowjob, she would have fallen face first on his cock with an open mouth without a shred of hesitation. Inside every woman.
Women in the no, because believe it or not, I have female viewers. Believe it or not, I have female viewers. There's several of y'all in the chat right now. Some of you just super chat. I'll be reading those in a moment. I don't want to hear anything ever in the history of the universe and potential prior universes about men's sexual proclivities. Y'all are fucking weird. Y'all are fucking weird. I was gonna say y'all are weird dog, but y'all are weird bitches. I just listened to frankly, an incredibly attractive individual. Let's get her back up on screen. I just listened to an incredibly attractive individual read aloud as if this was Drag Queen Story Hour about a feminist falling on a bull's cock. And she doesn't mean bull in the way that, like, weird-ass swingers and cucks. No, a literal fucking bull. Literal, I can actually say fucking there, and it still be literal, actually. You bitches need to check yourselves. Speaking of checking yourselves, some super chats came in. Prod out with a two-banger. See, this is one of these women I'm talking about. Shout out, Pouty. Leon is always right when he's right. Exactly. 60% of the time, I'm right 100% of the time. UF Omega for a two-banger is 2025. Cow can be male if they identify as... You know what, someone ban this motherfucker. Someone ban this. Don't actually ban him. Alright, and then we had Mass Hysteria for a 5-banger. I'm a dude who loves monsters. Full-blown what the fuck Lovecraft-type creatures, and I draw it. He wants little Cthulhu in his hoo-hoo. What the fuck was that? I don't like that was... We're moving on, guys. We're moving on. Shout out. Thanks for the super chats.
There are two wolves. Or two bulls. The strong, independent girl boss and the submissive, doting housewife. And in the presence of a masculine man... or a farm animal, she will fold like a lawn chair and instantly return to factory settings.
It's dinner, not a down payment for your time. But I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone, so when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story.
Bro, why is it always the fatties? Why is it always the actual cows? Like, is that why this book works? Because this is why we get ugly broads in video games. Because women want to relate to it. Because these are the sort of women. But now they can relate to a bullfucker because they are cows.
I said, okay, I highlighted that paragraph for myself.
Clean up aisle 5. So that's what I thought of it. But what did other people think of it? What are the reviews on this book? This book has a
3.6 on Goodreads. Maybe the Nazis weren't wrong to do book bannings, guys. I'm like, maybe the Nazis weren't wrong, at least on some things.
0.1 on Amazon with 21,000 ratings and a 3.6 on Goodreads with nearly 60,000 ratings. Let's just read some random ones here. Hear me out. Hear me out. A milking good time. Sweet and creamy. The spice is spicing. I was very leery of starting this because I thought it was just going to be porn. The plot is pretty good.
We just got an unironic, I watched it, or in this case, read it, for the plot. An unironic, we just read it for the plot. Like, I can say that when it comes to High School DxD, the anime, for those of you that are aware, you come for the titties. Phrasing. But you stay for the plot. The plot gets oddly good in, like, the second season. Where the first season is just, like, an excuse to see explosions and jiggling boobies. And then in season 2, the plot starts to become something. But what? Oh my god.
Plot? Please. This is like the new, I read Playboy for the articles, like, sure you do. This book could kill a Victorian child. 5 stars, I'll never look at a jug of milk the same. I think I'm lactose intolerant now. So that happened. Our eyes will never see the gates of heaven. 1 star, not a helpful guide. This book failed to teach me how to milk a cow, and now my family has no food for the winter.
The funny ones like this, were written by a dude. Women can't be funny, so this was written by a dude. Well played.
1 star, accidentally ordered while on pain medication after an operation. Gave this to my mom as a joke gift for Christmas. You what? Lesai. Why can't human males be more like this? Tall, rich, and...
I think I'm gonna get this from my grandma. I think I'm gonna get this book from my grandma. What do y'all think, chat? Should I order this book from my grandma? I will do. Here's the dealio. If we get an additional 25, if we get an additional 25 in donations, whether that be 5 memberships, whether that be in super chats, I will do it live on stream. I obviously won't show like my card information and whatnot, but I will do it on this stream. I will order this book from my grandma.
Handsome are no longer enough, boys. Now you have to be a 9-foot-tall creature from Greek mythology with a 13-inch dick. I never want to hear from another person about how they read 100 books in a year if this is the kind of slop they are consuming. Well, Ronald, man detected, this isn't for you. This is for women. So take your ass back to Barely Legal Babysitter 5 or whatever the f*** you watch that is so morally superior than this. Let him...
Somehow... Barely Legal Babysitter 5 does in fact sound morally superior. Marty came in with $25, says ban me. What a fucking legend. And you have Omega for a 2-banger. No, Leon, do not turn your grandma into a gooner. Too late, it's happening. Too late, it's happening. We are ordering this book for Grandma Paradise after this video is finished.
Who is without sin? Cast the first stone, okay? God bless America. It's great to live in a country where I can casually enjoy cozy erotica about a young...
Also, if I didn't say thank you very much. I was so wrapped up in the idea of actually having to purchase this book, I may not have said it, so thank you. War Wizard for a 2-banger. Here's 2 for Grammy Leon's literature. Oh, Grandma Paradise is actually watching right now, by the way. Grandma Paradise watches all my streams, all my videos. So if she's not watching now, she will at some point see this.
Woman who milks her way to finance...
Buying it for Grandma, sure, Leon. Brought out for it too. Thank y'all. You guys' generosity is astounding.
Financial security and true love with a minotaur. This is what freedom looks like, and I intend to fully enjoy it before the Supreme Court takes this right away next. If this is what freedom looks like... I'm really rethinking my stance on freedom, not gonna lie. Maybe we should have less of it. All I know is if Donald Trump takes the monster porn, we are going to make 2020 look like a picnic, okay? Bullcock matters. Oh my god. Edit that out. Editor, edit that out. Women are gonna be picking up Animal Farm now, like, where's the horse cock? Some of you people...
UAF Omega for a 2-banger says, Grandma Paradise, run!
Oh, a certain streamer an apology because this book has way too many 5 stars. Some of you are lying. So after buying this book, Amazon...
Lion spelled L-I-O-N. Y'all don't deserve me. Y'all don't deserve me. I'll be here all week.
Has given me a few Interesting recommendations. Would you like to see them? I accidentally summoned a demon boyfriend. That time I got drunk and saved a demon.
You know, the sad thing is, because of John Douglas on X, for those of you guys who are familiar with that account, I have actually seen the covers of some of these already.
Gentling the beast. Cupcakes for my orc enemy. Mane of my existence. The gargoyle and the spinster. The widow and the orcs.
Prop out for a 2-banger. Leon out here speedrunning, getting disowned. Yeah, you ain't wrong about that.
Hoarded by the dragon. There's
Thank
something
you, by the way.
about
Thank you.
dragons. Getting it on with gargoyles. Gotten.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on.
There's something about dragons. Getting it on.
That doesn't even look like Goliath, dude. Women today fucking suck. Remember back in the 90s? Like if you say getting it on with gargoyles in the late 90s, the early 2000s, you would have goddamn Goliath, right? What sort of weak, twinkie-ass bullshit is this? What sort of weak, twinkie-ass bullshit is this? Y'all women need to up your game, up your standards when it comes to... Like if a woman wanna fuck a gargoyle... Hold on. If a woman wanna fuck a gargoyle, then at least have the goddamn decency to wanna fuck a real-ass gargoyle. This is Goliath, motherfuckers. This is Goliath. Like, look at that. That is a goddamn gargoyle. What the fuck is this? Women in chat, if you had to fuck a gargoyle, what are you doing? This fucking Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition shit? Or you going with a real man like my boy Goliath here? A real man like my boy Goliath here. Like, what are these fucking arms? Or you got these fucking arms. Let's be real. Like, I'm just trying to keep it. If women are gonna go this far, if women are gonna be degenerate monster fucking sex pests, you may as well go all in. What is sexier to you? The V-neck? Or the goddamn ripped cargo pants turned into a fucking loincloth? This is a real man. Well, not really a man, but you guys get what I'm saying. Alrighty. Alright, back to the video.
On with gargoyles. Gotten by the gator. Mated to the mountain bear. Oh, so this is why they chose the bear. The billionaire orc. Moth manager. Wolves.
How they gonna do my boy Mothman like that? How you gonna do my boy Mothman like that? No.
They chose the bear. The billionaire orc. Moth.
This ain't even cool, dude. This ain't even cool. I respect the Mothman. Mothman shirts for sale in the Words of Paradise store, by the way. Like, what is that tie? Why is Mothman wearing a Tetris tie? Y'all see this? It's Tetris blocks. We all know that my boy Mothman would be a Godzilla NES type of gamer.
Manager. Wolves.
Oh, and we had another shout out you haven't made a 2-banger. It said, pass on wood. I need some stone. Thank you so much.
Cream. The wolf in my tavern. Pounded by produce. Oh, what?
That's just a true story. That literally happened in theaters when fucking 50 Shades was released. Theater workers found used cucumbers after the movie was over. That is just a fucking biography.
Are these the books the Nazis burned?
My husband only reads finance.
God damn it, Shoe! Quit stealing my jokes!
And sci-fi books, and so I think it's about time that I introduce him to some real literature. So the first book that I would like to introduce you to is called Morning Glory Milking Farm. And it's not a normal milking farm like with cows. What it is it's big, bulky minotaurs, and it's a special type of milking.
See, honey, she's his stepsister, and she got stuck in the washer machine again. Women on TikTok are openly, proudly talking about the porn they consume and getting mad at people when they make fun of it. I hereby ban men from reacting to romantasy on TikTok. Best-selling romantasy books like A Court of Thorns and Roses and A Fourth Wing contain descriptions of hot sex. I feel like that's common knowledge, if not their primary purposes. But in recent months, book talk has become full of men clutching their pearls while reacting to steamy scenes from—
It's not that men are clutching the pearl. Like, if I was going to be honest and turn off, like, jokey Leon for a moment, it's not that men actually care. We're not clutching our pearls. And the reason I'm turning off jokey Leon for this is because you know this article was written unironically. Like, they believe that men are curl clutching this. So since they are doing this in earnest, I will return in kind. We actually don't give a fuck. Ladies, read the smut you want to read. But if you're going to read the smut you want to read, maybe, just maybe, quit trying to ban goddamn video games for having characters whose knockers are too fucking big. I don't need Chun-Li and Cammy White and Jill Valentine to be sexed down for you broads, for you prudes, when you reading shit like this. Meet me in the middle there. Have all your slut smut you want, and leave my goddamn video game characters alone. If we can meet in the middle there, and agree that we could turn this into a one-way street that we can walk along all happy-go-lucky like, then we'd be fucking good. That's simple.
From these popular female-centered books. Obviously, this is all a massive performance. We live in the age of OnlyFans. The odds are that these men have seen actual porn that defies the laws of physics and God. Over 90% of men between the ages 16 and 73 watch porn in any random month. There's statistically no way all of these guys are shocked by the sex itself. What they are gawking at is sex from the perspective of female desire, scenes that depict women coming first and frequently. And what they are surprised by is the women they know love these scenes. In one video, a guy declares, "Now I know why women enjoy book clubs and wine," but his astonishment in itself is astonishing. Like,
I know why women enjoy book clubs. I don't know why they whine. They whine all the goddamn time. You have to make a shout out to Banger. When's Collective Shout gonna mention these books? They're not. They're absolutely not.
What do you think adult women were into? Not having sex and drinking wine? Grow up. Imagine a group of men sitting around drinking wine, discussing—
Yo, shout out for the subs,
That is what
Johan,
you guys
thank you.
are essentially doing. It's just funny, okay? Like, it's funny. Are we really going to pretend that a story about a young woman getting a job milking mythical creatures to pay off her student debt is not funny? It's funny. If that makes me a sexist and misogynist, you got me. To act like you're—
I am sexist and misogynist. I am.
So different and above the other Gooners is just— it's silly. I'm sorry, but you are no different than Joe Schmo jorking it to fat booty Latinas in Space 12. You're sitting there all high and mighty, one hand on the book.
Okay, but fat booty Latinas in Space 12, like, if I'm gonna give an objective criticism, you have to see the first 11. Like, you can't just jump in with number 12. You have to see the first one, and I find that to be a case of poor writing. Just saying.
Like you're so superior because you can perfectly envision a horse spinning 360 degrees in your mind. I'm not impressed. The scenes these men are reading, to many people, myself included, are insanely sexy. But purely in terms of the acts being described, they aren't all that lurid. And as many of the comments on these videos point out,
Latinas in Space
there's
10
much
was the best in the
wilder
series.
stuff out there.
Noted.
For example, these men have clearly not yet discovered nodding, a popular term in romantasy right now that involves werewolves whose penises get so swollen after sex they have to stay inside their partners until the swelling subsides. Oh!
No, Ravnad, it's not a real thing. We're joking. Assuming you're referring to fat booty Latinas in space, it could be a real thing. I don't know. I'm not gonna Google that one. At least not while alive.
Oh, honey, that's not a popular trend in romantasy. That's just a thing real dogs do. Oh, you just don't get it. You don't know what nodding is. What are these women reading, bro? What happened to that, like, stupid fucking corny Hallmark thing, going home for Christmas to your hometown and falling in love with the cute farmer boy? What happened to that? We used to make fun of that. We truly did not know what we had until it was gone. Now women out here fantasizing about getting their asses clapped by demons and werewolves and goblins and ghouls. I remember when 50
To be fair, women do get their asses clapped by demons. Although a lot of the times it happens in like Harlem or Compton, and then they knock them up, and then they, you know, leave the child. So
Shades of Grey came out and people were like, oh my god, this is so crazy. Women are crazy. 50 Shades of Grey looks like missionary sex through a bedsheet for the sole purpose of procreation compared to the shit the average woman on TikTok is reading. At least Christian Grey was a human man and not a fucking dog. You fantasize about dating the quiet, shy, nerdy girl. You know, she's innocent, she's pure, she's not like those other girls.
nah, they freaks. The quiet, shy, nerdy girls always be freaks, son. Always.
Like going out clubbing and hooking up with random men. No, she's at home, curled up by the fire in a blanket, reading a book, except that book is about f***ing a half man, half bull. Let me let you in on a little secret. The quiet, nerdy girl is way more of a freak than the average hoe. Are you kidding me? It's not even close. The average hoe might have a body count of like 15 or so, but the quiet, nerdy girl is fantasizing about getting back shots from Cthulhu. That is at least 100 bodies. Now listen, there's nothing inherently wrong with fantasizing, okay? There's nothing
She's right.
wrong with role play. You know, fiction is fiction, right? You know, you're not actually going to bang your stepsister, right? These women are not actually going to bang a cow, or at least
Y'all have heard my arresting somebody for bestiality story, so I ain't even gonna repeat it here.
hope not. We all know there is a difference between fantasy and reality. Well, what happens when they try to bring fantasy into reality? Well, you get Sinners and Stardust.
So this is the dark fantasy convention she was talking about at the beginning of the video. Oh, we got 10 minutes left. We in for some good, son. We in for some good. Let's go.
What in the eyes wide shut is going on here? Sinners and Stardust was supposed to be a dark romance ball for romantasy authors and fans alike. So what's the big deal? Seems like a fun, sexy time, right?
You know, I got a buddy. I won't say his name. I got a buddy that he went to a what was it called? A fetish con. He went to a fetish con, and when I hung out with him like a day or two later, he showed me his back, and like his literal his back, and he looked like he had pissed off his slave owner in 1801. It was insane. Dude goes to this con dressed as like a dapper British gentleman in the fucking 19th century with a fucking tie and bowler hat. And he came back the next day looking like he was trying to audition for 12 Years a Slave. Shout out Alex.
Maybe, if you're a woman. If you're a man, the night may have gone a little differently for you. Alright y'all, it appears I have to make a post that I'm frankly pretty goddamn upset I have to make. This post is for the readers who don't understand consent and boundaries only. A lot of you may know my good friend Animus. He's attended a signing of mine in the past and obviously is a musical artist. This past weekend, he attended Sinners and Stardust and probably had one of the most heartbreaking experiences. So listen, he's a man, right? But do we think that means it's okay to put your hands all over him without consent?
Yes, actually, a lot of women do think this. Yes, 100%. Because remember, sexual violence and sexual assault can only be instigated by men.
Or to put your hands in his waistband or down his pants or touch his dick? Hello? Do we think it's okay to quite literally back him into a corner and touch all over him to the point that he literally cannot tell how many hands are on him and whose are whose? Do we think it's okay to send him into an actual panic attack because of this? Furthermore, do we think it's okay to interrogate him and insist he detail how he'd kidnap a woman despite him repeatedly saying he wouldn't do that and you know that shit is fiction? And
well, it's almost like it's only dudes who understand that this shit isn't real, that it's fiction. Like when people are out there, like, how can you sexually abuse these characters? Why are you drawing the 19-year-old female video game character with giant fucking watermelons. Like, I don't know, because it ain't real. And then women just fucking shrill and ree into the dark flap of the night. Like the Mothman. Women, for whatever reason, and I'm using the term generally, it's a generalization, seem to have a far harder time separating fiction and reality.
Then attempt to follow him when he tries to get away. And if that wasn't enough, during the time of this mob, him and another author received notification that an air tag was tracking him, which showed on his person all the way to his hotel room.
Bro, Hasan Piker was at the convention. Holy shit.
Molested this guy until he passed out from anxiety. And then they put a f***ing tracker on him in order to stalk him back to his hotel. This poor guy dressed like a character in one of the romantasy books at this romantasy convention full of women. That is like throwing roast beef into a pit of wolves. Or in this case, throwing a wolf into a pit of roast beef. I remember years ago,
somehow that was the most uncomfortable part of this entire video so far.
Oh, there was this thing called cosplay is not consent. Basically, it was a campaign to bring attention to the fact that people at conventions would often come up to women dressed in sexy costumes and just grope and grab them without their consent. Yeah, apparently we have to bring that back because these women did not get the memo. I've been a furry for over a decade and attended a
That's all you need to tell us. You're a sexual assaulter. You're a degenerate. You're an abuser. When you say, I've been a furry for over a decade, full stop, you're a monster.
a lot of fur cons. Sure, sometimes weird shit happens, but honestly, I can't believe the dark romance crowd is out here acting like this. Like, me and my buddies in our fursuits are more respecting of consent and bodily autonomy. Get your shit together, y'all.
I love how they're like, even we're more consenting. Like, as in, we still do some degenerate shit. We are, in fact, monsters. But we're better than that. Like, lesser of two evils, am I right?
The furries are calling you out for being freaks. You need to reflect. Something has gone horribly wrong. Not only were the men at this book talk convention assaulted, but women were also assaulted by women. Multiple women, including a performer, reported being assaulted there as well. Even an author there said she was groped and dragged away from her friends and said no matter how many times she said no, quote, "My words did nothing." May I remind you—
You wanna know why that is? You want to know what, I'm gonna be 100% serious. You wanna know why that is? Because women have, there are two schools of women out there. There are two types of women. There's the women that believe no means no, which is totally fine. Some people, no means no, 100%. But then there's the women that believe no means try harder, bitch, which is a very normal thing for women. I have met these women. That's a lot of women are like that. No means I'm not that easy, but I'm still down. So if you've got an actual no means no woman, and she is being groped and assaulted and whatnot by one of these women that think that no means try harder, bitch, then yeah, shenanigans going to ensue. Because you got two different wavelengths going on of what the word no actually means. The women that means no are a minority of women, is what Yokai says. And frankly, that is kind of the case, yeah. 100%. 100%. I don't give a fuck if it's unpopular to say, yeah. To most women, no means try harder. Now, there's levels to it. If a woman says no, you don't just immediately whip out your dick and start shoving it. No, that's fucked up. That's assault. But it often does mean be more playful, be more flirtatious, be more charismatic, and see where the night goes. But the point is, if you got a woman saying no, and she's being groped on by other bitches, it's because they actually do think that she does want it. Because to them, no doesn't mean no. The word no is hot. She blinks twice for yes. Exactly, War Wizard.
This is a book convention, okay? For books. Literal BDSM clubs are more respectful than this. There needs to be more studies on how this stuff affects women's brains, because clearly some are unable to tell the difference between fantasy and reality. Ivy Lipton, a doctoral candidate in human sexuality, actually wrote about this for Evie magazine. I don't know what a doctoral candidate in human sexuality is, but she's hot, so I trust her. Your brain on orgasms isn't neutral.
Whoops,
Dopamine
sorry guys, my
released
bad.
during climax is a powerful conditioning agent. What you repeatedly fantasize about becomes necessary for arousal. If your erotic imagination centers around abuse, monstrous violence, and submission to non-human entities, your brain is reprogramming itself to crave just that. It's not empowerment, it's neuroplasticity at its darkest. Scientists, psychologists, and the general public often state that men are visual and women are emotional. When it comes to sex, men can be turned on instantly by a sexual image to spite their mood, and women need to be turned on emotionally to get in the mood. So it stands to reason that porn for men is visual and porn for women is in the mind. I'm not equating porn to smut novels, because one is a video of two people actually having real sex, and the other is, well, just words on paper. I am, however, talking about the effect on the consumer. We know watching porn is bad for the brain. That's been proven and only rejected by Gooners who don't want to give it up. But is reading smut bad? You
know what? I was actually more or less agreeing with this. Like, I do think that this is true. But then this apparent doctor, or on the path to being a doctor, unironically used the term Gooners. Like, I find your PhD or your path to PhD that much less credible when you use dumb internet slang like Gooners in what seems to be an actual serious connotation.
I'd say, duh, that's the whole point. Okay, fair enough. So let me rephrase. Is reading smut harmful? Should we shame people for things that are wrong, immoral, or harmful?
Yes,
in my line of work, I've been told many times that shame has no place in sex.
Shame absolutely has place in sex, by the way. Shame absolutely has place in sex.
But if I use my brain for 2 seconds, it's clear that line of thinking is nonsense.
Correct.
Incest should be shamed, bestiality should be shamed, pedophilia should be shamed.
Correct.
I'm not equating monster smut with these things, but there are 50 shades of gray, so to speak, along the spectrum of harmful. Conditioning your brain and body to associate pleasure with monsters, slavery, or sexual violence is not healthy. Basically, they're cooked. Like, women are cooked. They are frying their brains with this stuff. It's a pipeline.
I disagree. I disagree wholeheartedly. Women are not frying their brains with this stuff, because that would imply that women have brains.
Right? It's like the infamous evil alt-right pipeline. You know, you start watching Shoe0nHead owning the feminists in 2015, and then in 2025, you're hailing Hitler, right? You know, the alt-right pipeline. And this one's like, you're reading Morning Glory Milking Farm, and the next thing you know, you're Mrs. Hands, right? Just say no. Just say no to monster porn.
But again, as we just discussed, saying no doesn't work on some of these individuals, because no doesn't actually mean no. But yes, in this instance, I would agree. Say no to monster fucking.
Why is monster smut so popular with women in particular? Like, you rarely see the opposite, and when you do, it's just like a girl with cat ears and fangs, or like a 10-foot-tall dummy.
You know, I think that I'm sure that monster porn, or like this smutty monstrousness, like, has always been appealing to women, because it does get to their base carnal desires of a man being controlling, and that is something that women biologically do want. Like, if I was to guess here, you know, women, they see the monster as, you know, something imposing, something that can take control, and there actually is some comfort in that. And we've probably seen a rise in that over the last several years due to the soyification and the bitch-madeness of the modern male. That is, I'm not even joking. I think that is why there's been a rise in, or was at least a perceived rise in the consumption and need for this monster porn. Because these dipshit women have used the last 20 years of third and fourth wave feminism to soyify all the men, to where now there are too few men to actually satisfy that carnal need that a lot of women have. And even the men that can satisfy it are too afraid to do so, because they don't want to go to goddamn prison for a fake rape accusation.
Mommy vampire with giant titties. Meanwhile, women are like, I want to the pollution monster from Fern Gully. So people on Reddit asked this very
I would not
question.
go that far,
Let's
Yokai. That's
see
too
the
far.
Responses. Why do you guys like monster
No, that's too
romances?
far, Yokai.
Asking
Women do
for
not.
A friend. Several reasons. One, human men are quite often terrible. Romance books with human men are already partly fantasy, but monsters just takes the fantasy bit further. Two, it's sort of human nature to imagine relationships with paranormal beings and creatures. We've been doing it in literature and art for centuries. It's just gotten a lot more graphic now, lol. 3. Unique body forms / parts and so many different kinds of dicks. Scary, mean, terrifying creature, is sweet to her, kind, takes care of her, protects her, works hard to be gentle, etc. Maximal escapism, minimal association to real-life assholes, the patriarchy, misogyny, and oppression of women, etc, etc. Because the monsters are less dangerous than dating actual men.
You know that the dipshit that wrote this actually believes it, by the way. You know that the woman that reads this, or that wrote this, actually believes it. Like, Beauty and the Beast, who's the baddie guy? Motherfucking Gaston. This is an unironic thought process.
As a fat woman of color, modern, contemporary, and even fantasy romances are hard to click to because they are almost always about thin white women and just too realistic. And
you know what? I don't care. I don't care. And not because you're fat, not because you're a woman, and not because you're a minority, but because you are a fat woman minority.
Romance in real life is not always attainable for fat women / women of color.
Then work
in
out,
Monster
bitch. Eat a
Alien
salad.
Romance, though, my size doesn't matter, and it's easier to get into that headspace and enjoy it. I'm sick of the men on Earth and looking for some variety. Non-humans haven't betrayed and hurt me, so they feel like a safe haven.
Because they're not real. Because they're not real, unless, of course, you mean actual non-humans like fucking animals. Which, again, I do know at least one female that has done that.
If that makes sense. Plus the unusual dick. Monsters have big, fun-shaped cocks. I love some bizarre peen. Unique genitalia. I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. A lot of women's smut, especially monster smut, is about submission, domination, forced breeding, non-consensual consent. The women are like conquered and taken and overpowered by these monsters. And I think many of these women are...
I'm actually surprised. Not one of those comments said, "'cause I can fix him." Not one of those comments said, "I can fix him."
Are reading these books containing monsters and not men because masculinity and dominance in men has been completely demonized in modern society. But the truth is, many women still crave it. You see, the monsters in these stories have those, like, dominant masculine traits that women like so much.
Exactly what I said.
But they're not human men. They have all these traits women desire without the problematic baggage human men bring. Without being the men they hate or have been told to hate. It is the perfect guilt-free slop. But they don't just want a wild dominant man. They want to tame a wild dominant man. Similar to when a man sees an art hoe with a nose ring, you can save her from her daddy issues.
See? I can fix her. I can fix him. Don't be Captain Save-A-Ho.
You can do it. It definitely won't backfire and ruin your life. Go for it. Go talk to her. With many women, there's this desire for, like, danger and aggression, but also the desire to tame that danger and aggression. The desire to be that special woman who can melt his heart. You see, my dragon boyfriend could rip me to shreds and kill me instantly, but he won't because he's nice and he loves me. But honestly, at the end of the day, just like the video I made about the anime girl in a wheelchair where men were saying, this is the average male fantasy, and a bunch of women were like, you wanna rape a disabled girl? When in reality, it was just...
That was such a good fucking video, too. I'm pretty sure I did a reaction video to that one if you guys want to check it out. The one where all the women freaked out about the anime where the man was a caretaker for a girl in a wheelchair and they ended up falling in love, and women pretty much made it a rape fantasy and used it to, not fantasy, because they made it out that it was a male rape fantasy and used it to disparage men who enjoyed the anime. Good video, check it out. Again, I've reacted to a lot of shoe videos.
A distilled manifestation of the average male fantasy, which is to protect and provide for a sweet woman and save her. This is like basically the flip of that, right? This is just the distilled manifestation of the female fantasy. Men are seeing this and they're saying, what do you mean you want to milk
Shut
a
up, Ronnie G,
minotaur?
been a minute.
When in reality, it's just to have a big, strong protector and provider swoop you up and save you. And like I said in that video, They are basically both the same fantasy. This is a tale as old as time, the princess being saved from the dragon by a knight in shining armor, whether the dragon be a wheelchair or student loans, you know? But in this case, the woman is being f***ed by the dragon, and the knight sits in the corner and watches or something.
Shrek ruined a whole generation of women, confirmed. Shrek ruined a whole generation, confirmed.
Maybe it's not that deep. There are some hungers better starved than fed. And maybe as women, for the sake of society, we have to starve our hunger for Minotaur p***ness. Yeah, that's the moral of this video. So what do you guys think? What is your theory? Why is the monster—
Here's what I think. Women must be stopped. Women must be stopped, son.
romance genre so popular with women in particular? And who is your weirdest hear me out? Be honest. I don't want to hear no Lola Bunny, okay? You all know mine already. It's not that he's a fish, okay? He has an energy, okay? He has a vibe. You know what? Never mind. And I will see you guys again really soon with a new video. Bye!
Alright, well that was a great video, and to top it off, I have to order that book now. I have to order that book. I'm doing so right now. I said I would do it live. Obviously, I'm not showing off my Amazon cart or anything like that because I don't want to give away my card info, but I will find it out. I will order it, and I will show the proof when it's done. So give me one moment. Barty says, sorry, Grandma. Alrighty. What's it called? Milking... What was the movie called? Or what was the book called? Minotaur Milking... Yeah, okay. Minotaur Milking Farm? Alright. And it got Prime 2-day shipping, bros. We got Prime 2-day shipping. Morning Glory Milking Farm. Let's go ahead and just add to cart. And go to cart. Proceed to checkout. Arriving October 11th, according to this right here. $26.48, including tax. So I'm glad I said $25. It was $24.99 plus tax. So you know what? I didn't even know that. Good call. All right. Give me one moment here. I will take a screenshot, and I will, because I need to blank out some stuff. I need to blank out, like, my address and whatnot, so bear with me. But I will post the screenshot and show you guys proof. Just, yep, bear with me. This is now happening. Okay, let's use white. Excuse me. All right, order placed, confirmation sent to your email. You have 99 in shipping fees. Sorry guys, my allergies kicking my ass. All right. Save as. Alright, let's just save this image as farm porn. And let's post it to X. That's what we're doing, folks. That's what we're doing. Alrighty, Alright. Perfect. Let's just add the image. Alrighty, boys. Moment of truth. The things I do for my chat and grandma. Order placed. Order placed. It's happening. It's happening. It's happened. So, I'll let y'all know how Grandma Paradise responds. So yeah, that was an excellent video. That was an interesting video. Shout out Shoe0nHead calling attention to the evils of the world that we live in. The evils of the world that we live in with the female goonering. Look, guys, I don't care. Like I said earlier, women, read what you want to read. Collect the smut you want to collect. But quit coming at me for enjoying sexy women in video games and anime. It's that fucking simple. But this is my opinion. Something to yours in the comments down below. Let me know on X. You can find me at Bolt the Ward. And please subscribe. I'm a nerdy news channel. I cover nerdy news every day. Not always about female gooning sessions, but anime, movies, music, Magic the Gathering, you name it. Check me out on Instagram at wordsparadise_Leon and become a member for $4.99 a month. You can join the Discord. Choose the articles you go over on a day-to-day basis. Choose the videos you react to on the Friday night live streams. Of course, get involved with over 200 other vital idols. We are a bright, beautiful, glowing, vibrant community that I cannot wait to grow even further because we do care about diversity. Only one kind of diversity of thoughts. That being said, hit that subscribe button and yeah, it's all here in the Nerdosphere. This has been Words of Paradise. Yeah, again, we're not ending the stream just yet. Like I said, I'm enjoying doing the long streams. But we do no. I'm not going anywhere. I'm probably gonna clip that into a video. Piranha out for a $5 super sticker that says keep it up with a pair working out. Thank you. Shout out. It's pretty fitting that Piranha Pout sent that because let's talk about some black fatigue. This came out 5 hours ago. Black fatigue is real, and I told them why. Black and white on the gray issues. Ooh, interesting. Black fatigue is real, eh? Let's go.
Have you guys heard of the term black fatigue? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys know what that means?
Since the last time you came, that's become a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's just become a recent thing.
And do you know what?
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, Steven Crowder's done these before, black and white on gray issues, where he goes around the cities and whatnot and just interviews regular people as opposed to the terminally online. And so apparently this is a location he's been to before. I've seen some of these black and whites, but I don't know if I recall this one, but apparently he's been here before.
It means?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to ask that. White people are 12 times as likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around. I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not even close.
Where?
Across the country.
Ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody tripping on you. But these people in just as scared as the other folks.
They are if they get on a bus.
Not necessarily.
They are if they get on a train.
That lady wasn't in danger because that man was black. That lady was in danger because that man was crazy.
Nope.
Whenever we want to ask for equality and fairness, it's a problem. So white America.
So it's been several $1 trillion. When is it enough?
Where's the bird?
No.
Where's the bird? You're not stopping white America from doing anything.
You know what? The bird just burned down.
This is gonna be good, boys. I can already tell you, this is gonna be good.
Down $4 billion worth of cities and 60,000 assaults.
No.
There's 3 times to 4 times as much homework than the black kid, and the white kid does 2 to 3. Why?
Because it's culturally, it's conditioned.
Exactly.
So why is it better parenting from Asians than white parents? Why?
You said what?
Well, we're having real talk. Why do young black men fight in packs?
Something felt so.
So a couple of years ago, when I started Black and White on the gray issues, I sensed some growing discontent.
We are watching Crowder. Yeah, I've never done a Crowder reaction on the show. I don't think. I sort of fell off watching Crowder for a while. I was watching Crowder way back in like 2015. I watched it for years, but then when he stopped doing Change My Mind, and he started seeming less and less, not centrist, because he's always been a conservative, but we stopped being less, and when he started being less and less objective, at least from my viewpoint, stopped watching him. But he brought back Change My Mind. He's doing this, so yeah, I figured it could be worth a shot.
More of a racial divide in America than I'd experienced in my lifetime, and it seemed to be egged on by legacy media.
It's sad to see a lot of people going along with it.
The American people have felt safe in their home.
The people who had absolutely no chance of victory.
Hate and racism towards black and brown people.
And as that evolved, and for the first time I walked into Stevie J's barbershop, I really was looking to sit down and talk with, but
this is gonna be interesting because I know I got a lot of black viewers. This may surprise those of you that are new to my channel, but I have a lot of black viewers, and so yeah, I'm very curious how this is gonna go down.
Mainly listen to real black Americans living the real American black experience to see whether they shared the viewpoints of a lot of the public representatives, the now networkless Joy Reids of the world, or back then the Don Lemons, what they wanted me to believe.
We have that clip. Do I have yeah, we have that exact clip.
How you doing, sir? Can we talk to you? Where are you from? You live in New York?
Who are you?
Don Lemon.
You're a fucking moron, dude.
Shout out Crowder, stealing from me. Stealing from the white man.
Realize that CNN and MSNBC were full of shit.
And overall, it was a largely warm, productive conversation. I think served its purpose. You can go check out that video to see what it was like. Fast forward to now, and not only have things not really improved, and according to many Americans, they're markedly worse. And if listening is important, I noticed that a lot of white Americans felt pushed to a point that they weren't even fully comfortable expressing.
We're gonna pause it right here. I just finished my bottle of water. I can already feel my throat getting a little tense. I will be back in just a moment. I'm gonna grab another bottle of water, and we'll continue. All right, we back, boys. We back. Sorry about that. Needed some water. Yeah. This time I didn't do the now waiting screen because you guys just love the chair streams so much. Chair of paradise. But got me another bottle of water. I do have an unopened Coke Zero here, but I left it out too long. It's not cold anymore, so I'm kind of put that back in the fridge. And yeah. Anyway, this also not gonna help the throat. You know, it's not gonna help my throat stay like nice and moist because soda will just make it worse. So, alrighty. Let's do it.
But for the most part, when they did, their communication was pretty restrained. And then it was dialed up to near boiling point with the recent cold-blooded murder of Irina Zarutska.
The unthinkable happens. You see Brown pull out what officials say was a pocket knife. He unfolds it, then stands up behind Zarutska. What we aren't showing you is the moment where Brown then stabs Zarutska several times and walks away.
And that murder taking place at the hands of a black man who was arrested at least 14 times and released largely in the name of racial justice spurred a reaction from white Americans that frankly is unsurprising. And truth be told, for young white Americans is understandable. And it would be doing America no favors to completely ignore the discontent of young white Americans who, if you listen to them...
Give me one sec, guys. My key is stuck on my keyboard. It is. There we go. All right, it's fixed now.
Definitely will make the case that they have been vilified and asked to foot the bill for original sin or crimes that they've never committed.
They owe each of us $300K. So I don't care how they get the money. That's not my problem. I just want my money. A debt is owed. You owe it.
A debt's not owed in the slightest.
And if you marginalize...
A debt's not owed in the slightest. Here's the dealio. I'm straight with you. Debt's not owed in the fucking slightest. Not for me. Not for me, my tax dollars. My ancestry is Spanish and Native American. Spanish and Native American. I lived on the Cherokee Nation for a while. My grandfather, he is second generation American, so his dad was born here. So yeah, my great grandfather was born here, but my great grandfather came over from Spain. So didn't own any slaves. Again, the other half of my family is straight up Cherokee. So yeah, ain't no goddamn debt need to be paid.
That entire segment, that voice of the country, that will lead to quote-unquote radicalization. And if this country wants to avoid that, or at the very least, as we've done in the past, understand that there needs to be a major course correction in the approach to communication. That needs to go both ways. And that's why this time, I didn't visit the barbershop merely to listen, but to communicate a very real set of grievances that could bubble into massive consequences. This one goes a little bit of a different direction compared to last time. This is black and white on the gray issue.
I'm actually really interested in how this is going to go. Like, he was showing the clips of the last time he was there, and they were laughing, they were having fun, they were getting along, which, by the way, tends to be relatively normal. Even when people disagree with Crowder on these black and whites, it's usually civil. The majority of people, at least I used to believe the majority of people were civil. Things have changed in a post-Charlie Kirk assassination world. But, yeah, I wonder, I'm truly curious how this is going to go, how fast it's going to devolve. We already know it's going to devolve at least some point because of the intro. But I wonder if there will be any repair done.
And that's Stevie right there, the blue shirt.
Blue shirt? Oh,
Yes,
Steven?
sir.
I met Cedric. I think I scared him. I think he was... Hey,
doing all right?
Yeah, man. How you doing? Good to see you. I need it. You guys all have your beards nice and right. I've never learned how to do this shit.
It's because people come here. Yeah.
Oh, I see what it is. It's a power move. You have me sitting lower.
Yeah, so we can all look down on you.
No, thanks. Well, they said you guys got some people coming in here after the last one?
Yeah, a couple people came
They just
through.
felt like, I think this is a place where white and black people have conversations.
So it was funny. The first person that came last time was he said this out of his own mouth. He was like, I'm Indian, but he had on a MAGA hat.
Okay. And what kind of Indian? I'm curious. What kind of Indian?
Walked in and was like, hey, I saw you guys on Crowder. Can I get a cut here? Yeah, I guess so, man. Come on.
Did you have your hand on your piece? You're like, I don't know. If you come.
Nah, because he didn't come like that. He didn't have the backpack and the ski mask on. Yeah, he didn't have that on.
Was he nice? Was he good?
It's cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
What do you guys think, like, when you see someone with a MAGA hat? Because I know we were kind of talking about that last time.
It depends on how they present themselves. To me.
Yeah.
For me.
Well, okay, so like, what would present themselves in a way that would be like decent versus piece of shit?
Yeah, some people carry that air of superiority.
Yeah.
And if you present that to me, I'm very conscious of that. If you present that to me, I'm gonna respond appropriately.
Yeah.
That's just me personally.
What would be like an air of superiority, like?
Honestly, I don't even think it's an unreasonable statement. You can make that statement about really anything. Dude in a suit, woman in a slinky dress, guy in a MAGA hat. Like, if people just have this air of, I'm fucking better than you. Like back when I was in the music industry and I worked with bands and whatnot, dude, I saw some bands that were too big for their goddamn britches, and I didn't like them. I didn't like working with them. You know? You're out here to play a fucking show. Be nice to the staff, play your little songs, be nice to the crowd, get paid, get the fuck out. That's simple. So yeah, I don't think that's an unreasonable statement at all.
Just like certain things you say in conversation, and and like you said, just in the physical nature of these chairs. Well, in conversation, you can physically go up and down and put yourself above or beneath. So when people do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I actually, when I do the change my minds and sit with people, I actually kind of slump my shoulders and deliberately kind of make myself smaller, just to not, it's like, what is it, the crab that has the red under its claws is showing danger? So I don't wear red, because apparently that signifies poison.
Arab douchery,
yeah,
exactly.
No, there's all these body language experts now, you watch on TV, and I'm like, this seems like horse shit. Like, he looks to the left, so you can tell he's lying.
Yeah, some of it is horse.
It's like, no, I saw him on camera, he killed his girlfriend with a butter dish. I don't give a shit what he says.
He took too long to say that answer. He had to think about it. No, he's thinking about what he wants to say.
Yeah.
He don't just spit out. He wants to.
No, Patty, I still see you.
Last time we talked, we were kind of just, and the reason was just like, often you see in news, people just kind of siphon themselves off right into an echo chamber. And I thought it was good. We were just kind of able to see other perspectives. Where do you think the country is now? Like, with that? Like,
is that an open question? Or?
Yeah, race relations between, because last time I wanted to get your perspective, and there's a perspective now in the white community. None of us are an ambassador for the entire community, but things have changed quite a bit the last year and a half. Temperatures have gone up. But what do you guys think? What do you think we are in the country?
I'd like to chime in on that.
Yeah.
I'm happy you asked that question. There are a lot of social and economic dynamics at play that have certainly gone, in my opinion, in the wrong direction. I don't think.
I find this to be an ironic statement. There's social and economic dynamics that have gone in the wrong way. As he says, while sitting in a black-owned business that seems to be doing rather well. There's a lot of people in here. They've managed to stay open since the last time Crowder was here, so clearly they've been, business has been good for the last few years. Talking about social dynamics, they're surrounding themselves with what seems to be all black people. Like, there's a certain bit of irony in his answer.
I think that people really understand the gravity of where we're headed. We are vastly sliding into an autocratic regime here. And absolutely. I'll give you several reasons. You see, in order to have, you can't have a one-dimensional approach when you're wanting to continue to lead from a global perspective, all right? What you see here today is an isolationism approach which has never worked in the past because we don't have an understanding of geography and history, all right? And I'll just simply close by saying, you got to understand something. The rest of the world is grossly infuriated with the way America has taken shape. And not only that, we see...
I don't think that's true at all. I don't think the rest of the world is grossly infuriated with it at all. I think that's why the rest of the world wants to be America. If people were so angry and infuriated with how America's become, then why is everyone trying to make it here illegally? Why we got people from coming all over the world illegally if people are infuriated with America? I think this is it's an objectively false statement.
Getting all our best opportunities to China, right? Look around you in the relationship they're fostering with everybody else, which includes Canada, Mexico, and they've even gone as far down into the Latin American corridor, fortifying their bases while we're still hollering that we're the greatest.
You talking about China, like in the Panama Canal?
Not just the Panama Canal. Let's pivot from the Panama Canal and let's look at the long-term strategy they have now, where they just signed an agreement with Mexico to build another canal bypass.
Completely unrelated to what they're talking about, but Base Crowder blocking out the baby's face. Children don't need to be on camera like that. Base Crowder blocking out the baby's face.
The Panama Canal, and when you look at the whole transatlantic corridor where you got now Brazil and Canada as well as Mexico trading, and they're stopping in Peru where China has a huge presence.
Shut out, Dinkman.
Circumventing completely the navigation, the use that comes with having to use the Panama Canal. So we'll avoid conflict with America and just simply go around America is what's happening here.
Talking about China?
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I want to agree with the first part, autocratic. I think China needs to be dealt with, and this is the first time we are. I'm Canadian. Well, I was raised in Canada. Canada sucks. Canada is a dog shit country. Canada, the kind of shit we're doing, you can't do this in Canada. If you say something too offensive or I say something too offensive, you will be jailed in Canada.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah. So I'm fine with the U.S. being the best country. I came here from Canada because, I have friends who were arrested. I had a friend, stand-up comic, was fined for telling a joke. I don't think people realize how good we have it here in this country compared to other countries.
But that's the painstaking part about it all is the fact that, I've always been one to say, and I believe this firmly, freedom is not a right. It's a privilege until you wake up the next morning and find out you don't have it anymore.
Yeah. It also comes with duties.
That's what I was about to say. It also comes with responsibilities because while we free to speak and say what we want, and I went to Montreal a few months ago, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Bet you saw a lot of tits on signs. That's all it is.
No, I didn't.
It's just strip clubs. Our Times Square is a giant strip club.
It was a couple of them.
Yeah.
But no, there is responsibility, and everybody's from different places, different backgrounds. Some of us from certain backgrounds know running your mouth too much in a certain space can get your ass whooped.
Yeah.
You're free to say what you want, you're just not free from the consequences. The consequences that come with you saying the wrong thing at the wrong time to the wrong person.
Yeah.
And that's where we all have responsibilities in what we say and when we say it.
Yeah. The problem, though, too, and I was kind of talking more domestically, the problem with...
So far, I'm liking that dude. I'm liking Do-Rag Guy. Again, from the intro, we know shit's gonna get heated. That's also not necessarily a bad thing. Shit can get heated, but still be productive. So, I don't necessarily disagree with what he says.
That idea is a lot of people.
Well, no, he's not saying that he can, as in it's legal to do so. I think you're wrong on that, corn boy. There are instances, again, freedom of speech is just protected from, the government fucking with you based on your on what you say. There are going to be consequences to your speech. Whether the consequences are warranted or not is one thing. But there are consequences to speech. 100%. He is objectively correct.
People are offended by different things. And so people get their ass whooped for something they didn't say, right? That's the real thing. I don't know if you guys were following the stabbing there on that train in Charlotte, Irina Zarutska. Last time I was asking where you guys thought we were, as far as in the country relation. Like, have you guys heard of the term black fatigue? Yeah. You guys know what that means?
Since the last time you came, that's become a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's just become a recent thing.
And do you know what it means?
No, I'm not sure.
I'm going to ask that you enlighten me.
Yeah, it's a term that's being used by people in the white community, by and large, again, saying they feel like they've been victimized and they're tired of taking that shit. That was a girl who was dying alone in public. And that was a guy.
I actually don't know if I agree with Crowder's description of black fatigue. Now, maybe it's, and to be fair, I could be the one that's wrong here, but when I hear black fatigue, the read that I get on the word is that, or on the phrase, is that we are tired of black culture, hood culture, whatnot, getting a pass that other cultures don't get. Act a fool in public, commit crimes, burn down buildings, or even something as simple as, like, be on a fucking subway and record loud-ass, obnoxious TikToks in groups jumping around when people are trying to commute to their fucking jobs. And it's something that we only see the black community do, and it's fucking exhausting. Like, no one else would be doing this, or at least no one else would be doing this without other people standing up and being like, yo, shut the fuck up, sit down, what are you doing? The black community seems to be the only community that doesn't get, put on blast for doing this shit.
Who was let out 14 times, including violent crimes, in the name of racial justice, right? He didn't have to post bail. He didn't have to appear back in court. This is not the first time he's assaulted someone.
How do we know that was in the interest of racial justice as opposed to just being
because the judge said it.
A fucked up attempt at justice, period.
Yeah.
Like, the legal system has its flaws.
Yeah.
And people have been making complaints about that for decades, right? But that's just, to me, that's a mental health thing more than it's a black and white thing.
Well, I'll tell you why, because white people are saying it now.
Right.
Not just white people are saying, hey, we're in
what makes it a bigger thing.
Well, because, white people are 12 times as likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around. I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not.
I'm going to both agree and disagree with homie. It is a mental health thing. He is right. The Irina Zarutska, it is a mental health thing. The thing is, it is up to our justice system to say, yo, this dude is cuckoo in the fucking coconut. We need to have him out the fucking streets. And they think, oh, well, it'll be racist to throw him in jail. So they let him back out on the fucking streets 14 goddamn times. So it is both a racial and a mental health thing.
Not even close.
Where?
Across the country.
Where? Not in
the United States. I mean, we're not talking about Ghana.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, in white communities or in quote-unquote so-called white communities,
across the country, the rate is a black man or person, because most murder is men. There are very few female murders. 12 times more likely to kill a white person the other way around. And then you look at the average amount of times that someone in this country is arrested before they're brought in for killing, charged with...
Yeah, by the way, Tebow's correct. Mental effort life is correct. It's not black fatigue, it's inward fatigue. That's why I said hood fatigue earlier. That's why I said hood fatigue. Or hood culture earlier. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It is hood culture fatigue, it is inward fatigue, for sure. I love AJ to death. I don't know if AJ's still in the chat. I love AJ to death. I love hanging out with AJ. Love hanging out with Kata. Love hanging out with Atreus. Atreus can get a little inwardy. He can get a little hoodie. But you get what I'm saying. Get up fatigue works. Yeah, get up fatigue. For sure.
Murder. Do you know how many times they're arrested on average before they murder? 11 times.
Once again, the justice system's got its flaws, and people have been complaining about that for years. We spend more time trying to fix that than trying to complain about the white versus black of it all.
I mean, you could say that, but how many times a white dude been let out 14 times then killed somebody? I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I don't know. I could be wrong. But it seems like when we run into these cases of XYZ person was let out of prison or jail or whatever, let out from a crime 3, 4, 5, 14 fucking times, always seems to be a black dude. Always seems to be a black dude. If there's an instance of that happening to some white folk, fucking show me. I'll recant my statement. Show me.
Well, I think, just like I was trying to listen to all communities last time, I think this is something that's
See? This is why it's not black fatigue. This is why it's hood fatigue. AJ in the comments says, I'm here, I'm just working. That's why AJ's black, and he's not, and he's not hood, he's not ghetto. He's a black man that's working.
Well, if this community, if enough white people get pissed off, they're going, look, we're living in New York now, we're getting killed in record numbers, or Detroit, 12 times the rate. And our system, 3 strikes in California, right? That was a 3-strike policy. The reason that was changed, it said it was racist. Crime went down in black communities 30%. But now people are looking at their cities going, this is a fucking hellscape. And the murder is skyrocketed because people said in the name of racial justice, like 3 felonies, you're out.
Because crime is crime, right? But crime is usually going to be higher.
AJ actually says, I agree with AJ. AJ is 100% correct in chat. I don't blame blacks, though. I blame soft whites for allowing it. I can't really argue with that. I mean, to be fair, I can. I blame both. You got soft whites that allow it, and you got blacks that take advantage of it. But yeah, it's not just one side of irresponsibility. AJ is entirely correct there. Soft whites allow it, in fact, promote it, and then blacks take advantage of it. Soft bigotry of low expectations. Exactly, Piranha. Correct.
Concentrated in areas where there's high poverty. So typically the areas that's high poverty in this country are areas with people with this color skin. So that's why you're going to have that. That's why I said those numbers could be skewed and made to manipulate to look like, oh, yeah, that's why I said
not at 12 times the rate.
In suburban neighborhoods, white people are not in danger. And that's what this kind of fear-mongering tells them is that you're in danger because you're 12 times more likely to get killed by a black person. You live in fucking ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody tripping on you. But these people are just as scared as the other folks.
They are if they get on a bus.
Not necessarily.
And honestly, let's be real. It's not just white people getting killed disproportionately by blacks. It's blacks getting killed disproportionately by blacks. I mean, these are just the statistics. It's true. Black dudes getting killed disproportionately by other black dudes.
They are if they get on a train.
That lady wasn't in danger because that man was black. That lady was in danger because that man was crazy.
Nope.
That man was mentally insane.
But why was he back on
family members? He had his own family members call the hospital to try to get him committed. He told his sister he killed that woman because he thought she was trying to read his mind.
Yep. Why was he let out, though? And I'm not saying it's because he's black. Yeah, I'm saying people look at it, though. The judge said
part of black fatigue.
He's insane, right? We agree.
That's not a black and white issue.
He was deemed not fit to stand trial, right?
Right.
Now,
should have been institutionalized.
Right. The IOU policy, meaning you don't have to pay bail. You don't even have to stay here until you're actually convicted. You just say you'll come back.
Right, which is messed up.
Yeah, the judge, Teresa Stokes, black woman, said, well, this is about racial justice. We need to be softer on crime. So that's her reasoning. That's why he was out. And you can find dozens of examples.
That's her misguided reasoning.
And that's policy.
But that's systemic, though, right?
That's not representative of a whole.
It's not. It's not. No, and look, we always have to say not all. Like, not all white people wear MAGA hats and are dumbass pieces of racist shit. But we have all been accused of racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia. What I'm saying is black fatigue is white people going, you know what? I know I'm not racist. And I know that we're dealing with record crime, and I know that I'm more at risk. And they have negative interactions, and they're constantly told that they're not allowed to voice their fucking opinion because they're white. And if those people get pissed off, like that's where we actually could end up with some kind of, I'm telling you, I see this brewing. I see people who were milquetoast white suburban who are becoming actually racist. Now, not all of them, but I've seen people.
Crowder's 100% correct here. Crowder is 100% correct here. Dude, it's not just about race. It is about anything. Radicalization of anything. Like, we were in such a position. Now, we'll use race as the example because that's what they're talking about here. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. I've seen some of my friends, some of my white friends, like, they would have never even told a racist joke. And I was like, nah, fuck black people. I'm tired of this shit. Yeah, it's happening 100%. There is 100% radicalization going on. And it's not because Trump is out there saying fuck black people, because I won't lie, I've never heard him say that once. It's because these white women judges, or not women, just these fucking white liberal lefty judges are letting black dudes out of jail 14 times with no convictions to stab motherfuckers on a train. He is 100% correct. I agree with the black dude saying, fuck this white bitch, don't erase all these other black victims, don't let evil... Now, this is where they're both being correct. You know, black dude saying it's not because he's black, it's because he's crazy. Yeah, that's objectively true. But he was let out of jail because he was black. He 100% was.
actually become racist because they get mugged, their store gets looted, and nothing gets done. They're going, and if I say something, it's turned into a race thing. I'm telling you what, that's where it's coming from. At what point do we have a talk and go like, okay, let's reform justice, but we have to be honest as to why it was reformed in the first place. This guy, it's not even the only one. It's every 3 days someone's being offed.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's transfer that over to, you know, I mean, there's a lot of unsafe things in this world. Like getting mugged by a black person is not the paramount unsafe thing. There's school shootings, there's road rage, there's all of that shit.
Yep.
And the primary people that commit a lot of those are people who don't have this skin.
No.
So if switch it over, if black people say, well, we getting fed up and we tired of all these school shootings and all of these road rage and all that, who do we say something to? Who hears our voice?
And when does the white fatigue kick in?
And when does the white fatigue kick in?
Well, we've been hearing about.
That's a good question. When does the white fatigue kick in? I'll tell you when the white fatigue kicks in. The white fatigue kicks in when a white dude who has beat his fucking wife 14 fucking times and has never once been to jail for it, and then beats her so bad he kills her, and he is still let out back into the streets, and is defended by all the other whites based purely on the basis of him being white. That's when the white fatigue kicks in. The white fatigue kicks in when white people en masse are fucking around on subways and doing these annoying ass TikTok videos. White fatigue kicks in when I mean, just take anything that is happening in fucking hood culture right now, and just race swap it to where white people are doing it instead. That's when white fatigue kicks in.
That's the point, right? We've been hearing about it all our lives, about white fatigue, about systemic discrimination.
But nothing's ever been done. That's the problem.
It has been done.
Here.
That's why we've done systemic justice reform that has led to more crime, right? That's the reason for no three-strike policy. That's the reason for cashless bail. That's the reason for catch and release. The reason for it, in the wake of Black Lives Matter, George Floyd riots, Summer of Love, was we're going to reform crime, we're going to reform the justice system, and it's gotten worse everywhere it's been. And then when white people leave those neighborhoods, well, now it's white flight. If they come in, it's gentrification. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who are pissed off, and they're not going to sit down and have this conversation and be real about it. And they're going, well, what happens when someone has to keep their mouth shut about everything?
Nobody tell you have to keep
That's
your
how they
mouth
feel.
shut.
That's how they feel.
I don't believe white people have to keep their mouth shut. I think white people don't speak up about a lot of the things that they do and they perpetuate that affects.
I disagree, AJ. AJ in the chat, for those of you guys watching on the replay, says that we gotta stop highlighting race. I disagree. I wish we could stop highlighting race. However, when you have a justice system and a media apparatus that highlight race in the opposite direction, this does need to be brought up. See, the justice system and the media apparatus have made it impossible to criticize their race-based methodology. When they let people out of jail without any sort of bail based on skin color, that is race-based in the justice system. When crimes aren't reported on the local news, you gotta remember, Irina Zarutska, it took days for them to report. The media was effectively bullied by the citizenry into reporting on it because it was only being reported on X, and a bunch of big-name individuals were hounding the media saying, why aren't you reporting on this? And when they finally did report on it, they made a mental health thing, not a why the fuck wasn't this dude in jail thing. So yeah, unfortunately, we are actually in a position where we do have to make it about race because larger controlling bodies and powers have made it about race.
Us negatively, that's the stuff that nobody wants to, that the issues aren't made about those things. I really respect the platform that you have because you do have open and honest conversations. And I have to say, I don't believe that those numbers about the black people murdering white people are correct. I don't believe those numbers are correct.
What if they are? What if I'm not lying to you?
If you're not, then I've been misled and I've been isolated from realistic numbers. But I know in this country, from the time that we got here and until now, there's never been hordes of black people that just go out and maraud and menace white people. Interactions happen and things do occur. I'm not saying that they don't, but not by and large in number. We can't be this small a percentage of the overall population and still have the numbers that people try to perpetuate onto us. See,
yeah, you can. You absolutely can. You can be the smaller number of the population and do a disproportionate amount of crime. Like, you can. 100%. Not only can you, but are you. That's what the statistics bear out. we as humans, not just we as in the public, we can argue this is the pendulum swinging from slavery and its effect on black culture. No, I do not. I don't think that's correct at all. I don't think that this is the pendulum swinging from slavery. And it's because we saw, at least compared to now, a solid 20 years of relative harmony between the different races, specifically black and white. Everyone idolized Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods and Chris Tucker and whatnot growing up in the fucking 90s and 2000s. There, by and large, there was racial harmony. Obviously, you're going to have your instances on either side of the spectrum that are extremes. But on average, we were chill. This is a postmodern problem created by a government apparatus that absolutely wants to stoke racial division. 100% wants to stoke racial division. And because they were so successful at it for so long, particularly during the Obama years, we are now seeing the absolute worst ramifications of it.
Black people do more harm to other black people than we do to other white people.
Well, that's true. That's true.
You know,
because people were close. That's true.
We also have historical evidence of groups of white people attacking and chasing black people.
So it's
coming after.
So
that is true, by the way. I mean, yeah, that happened. Sundown Towns were a thing. He's correct as well.
When people
we have
say
historical
it's not
evidence
happening now.
So
I'm just saying,
and that's the point. Is we're at a precipice right now.
That's a part of the historical condition.
Well, sure, but someone today.
Hold on. I wasn't finished making my point.
Sorry,
I wasn't finished making my point. You know, when like I said, black fatigue, that's the newest mantra that's been put out into society to make people think that, okay, they tired of black people. They tired of what you said, that we can't say anything about black people. We can't do. Well, when you hold all the power, when you hold all the economic rights, when you hold all the things that make this country move, when you're in charge of those things, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know what? I put it like this. White people got the firecrackers, we got the stem. That's it.
But see, he's wrong, though. When he says when you hold the power, the way I interpret it, I could be wrong, but it sounds to me like he's saying white people have all the power. If that was the case, Obama never would have been president. If that was the case, Obama never would have been president. If white people hold all the power, then why is there a black mayor in Chicago that is allowing Chicago to burn to the fucking ground? He is allowing some of the most atrocious violent crime we've seen in the history of that godforsaken city. But he's the mayor. He's the one with the power. So no, we cannot for a moment say that white people have the power.
Y'all got the power. The power is placed outside of the black community. We're charged with all the negative things. Those are the things that are really generally coincide with how people relate to us. The bad stuff that's go wrong with this world is the black people's fault. We the smallest part of this country. Remember that. You know what I'm saying? Beside the immigrants that come here, we have been tasked with.
I could be wrong, but I don't think they're the smallest part. I think actually they're the second most common. I think it's, at least legally, isn't it white, black, Latino, Asian? Like, isn't that how it spreads out? I could be wrong about that part, to be fair.
The negative, the criminal, the immoral, that's us. And that's what we consider, that's white fatigue. But you know what we do? We just say, that's just how it's always been. So we don't make up words for it or terms for it. So now you have a frustrated group of white constituents that feel like, oh, we can't say anything. We have to do this. We have to do that so you don't be deemed as that. Well, if you wasn't that in the beginning to start with.
You know, I can't even be mad at him for holding this opinion, to be fair. Real talk, I can't actually be mad at him for holding this opinion. You want to know why? Because this is what he has been told and taught his entire life. Like, if you grow up in a worldview has been beating you over the head with this mentality, that is your reality. You think that's true. And it's not. We all know he is objectively incorrect. If you scale the picture out, he is obviously incorrect. But if this is new information, if he's been operating and being taught under the presupposition that this is how the world works, this is how it's always been, how it always will be, of course he holds these opinions. Because unlike the people at the top, unlike the lawmakers, unlike the media, They know it's not true. They know it's not true. I'm not going to say fucking Jews, because I don't believe it's Jews. All right? I'm going to be real. Yes, obviously I think Israel is fucking awful, and I hate Netanyahu. And I think it's not just fucking Jews. I do not believe that just one race controls everything. I think elites with money and power and influence control everything. And there's elites with money and power and influence from all different races. You got a whole lot of, billionaires in Saudi Arabia. You got a whole lot of Catholics and Irish that control the banking systems. So no, I'm not gonna fucking say the Jews, because yes, while there are Jews out there with lots of power and influence, there's also a lot of Saudis, and there's also a lot of Irish Catholics, and the list goes on and on. The Catholic Church has a whole lot of fucking power. Catholic Church have a whole... Yes, Gravewalkers. Look up who the whole, Jews control the banking system is actually objectively incorrect. Look at the top CEOs and I've done this on stream, by the way. I've proven this on stream, so I'm not going to do it again. But look at all the top CEOs of the biggest banks. Most were Irish. There were Jews in there. Most were Irish or English. Yes. Goldman Sachs isn't the only fucking bank. So yes, point is, elites, the media apparatus, the government's in control. All of this know that what he's saying are lies, but they will purport them as truths so that he believes it's the truth. So yeah, no, I don't blame this guy for his worldview at all.
There would be no need for the reform or the feelings that you have. You can't say anything about, because you done treated us like shit for so long, and people finally stood up and said, hey, you got to stop treating us like shit. Now that you want to feel like, things aren't going in the manner that you want them, now we want the right to keep saying those things.
What if your premise is completely flawed? And what I mean by that is, if we're trying to understand it, you said you have power in all those institutions. Yes. What if, for example, you have an entire generation of people, young white men, women, who if they apply to a college or apply to a job, they don't have a grant, there's no Pell Grant, there's no type of subsidy, there's no DEI initiative. As a matter of fact, they're likely to be passed over. They hold no institutional power. And when you say black people haven't done anything, when you think of this white person, a young white person, because I'm seeing some people become radicalized, and it can become a problem. Yeah. And then they see billions of dollars and riots and damages all summer long, and then they go, why is this happening? Black Lives Matter, right? So they're going to make that connection. Now, they have no institutional power, but if they go into a neighborhood that's largely black, they're going to get the shit kicked out of them. And they're being blamed for something that supposedly their racist forefather did that they have nothing to do with. You think we're ever going to have unity? This is the problem. Unity, if let's say your dad's a or your grandfather's a and you walk up and you slap his teenager, you now have made that person hate you for life. And that's what I'm seeing with not even my generation. Younger people are going, I had nothing to do with this shit. They came up during the riots. They've come up under DEI, and they're seeing a 12-time murder rate, skyrocketing crime, and any proposals they make not holding institutional power shut down as racist.
Now, why was DEI even instituted in the first place? Because for the majority of time that black people have been in this country and been free, we've been denied so much. Somebody somewhere had to put some things in place to provide access of some kind.
If you believe that, that's fine, but you can't tell that young white kid who had nothing to do with it that he should just sit down and take it, especially when they're getting killed at 12 times.
That's what America's been telling us for the longest.
The young white man that has to
not in my
deal with the
lifetime.
DEI, the young person of this generation that you said that feels they're misled by the being mistreated by the DEI.
I doubt they're going to get into it, but I will. When we talk about DEI, obviously we talk about it as if it is an overall net negative, which with the way it's implicated or today, I don't know if implicated is the right word, but with the way it's used today, implemented, that's what I mean. With the way DEI is implemented today, it is objectively for the worst. But really, the diversity aspect and the inclusion aspect aren't the problems with DEI. Problem with DEI is the E, equity. That is the problem, is they want equity. DEI equals DEI. Yeah, DEI is mostly used for white women and worst group of people on earth. I don't know if that's true. That might be true. I'd have to check.
As an example, they don't hold any institutional power. Young white people don't. They don't have an advantage.
Not yet, because they're young white people. They have an advance to where they're middle-aged white people, where the power comes. See, what black people, once again, when you got colleges that denied access to black people, you can't come here. Something had to be put in place. Well, look, y'all got to let some black people come in. Y'all can't just
that started happening long before DEI.
But see,
long before black people were admitted into colleges, HBCUs.
Hold on, let me say what I'm trying to say.
My bad. My bad, I'm trying to make it clear.
He's trying to do a senior Wences and talk through you. So
well, because you trying to.
No, I get it.
Yeah, Marty Tiberius Donald's right. They're confusing DEI with affirmative action, which neither are good, but they are not inherently the same.
DEI is just a new way of wrapping affirmative action.
Yeah.
Affirmative action, as it is applied, is now under the umbrella of DEI, so he is partially correct. Hey, Emily's dismantling Delulu's. You know, our boy Zax in the comments is also in Croatia right now.
Affirmative action had to be put in place because there was the access being denied. So somewhere, the legislation had to be put in place. Well, look, we can't just exclude all of them. So somewhere along the line, they have to be allowed some access. Okay, that was put in place. Now, fast forward till now, those same things that are put in place for those people back in those generations that are still in place, they're not excluding people from getting to places that's what they're just.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Asians are actually disproportionately affected. This is not even talking about white people. Asians are disproportionately affected by affirmative action because Asians have great test scores. Now, I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm going to be 100%. And this is going to be something that you guys aren't going to want to hear. But this is true. Blacks did have it fucking harder. They did. In fact, there were ramifications of a post-slavery world that made shit harder for blacks. So, yes, if you had a lineage that didn't have proper access to schools and education, then your lineage is also going to suffer from that lack of education. So, there was a time when, yeah, black people were getting into college less, even though they were free, because they still didn't have the resources. Now, that was corrected a long fucking time ago. The thing is, that was corrected. But we want to pretend like it wasn't corrected, and that's why affirmative action became a thing. So now people are getting into college via low test scores. Well, no, sorry. If your test scores are bad, you shouldn't be getting into no college, and affirmative action shouldn't be a thing. We have done what we need to correct the at the public level, your schooling, your education growing up before college. Before college. Now, if you aren't getting the attention or education you need or whatnot, at that point, that's in the fucking home. That's in the home. That's on you and your community. Blacks didn't need affirmative action as handouts until the dads started leaving their baby mom. That is entirely correct, Tebow. That is entirely correct. The fact of the matter is, there was a time when there was an imbalance, absolutely. And that imbalance will actually have, trickle-down effects. And then doing what we can to fix that at a local level is incredibly important. But by that point, you've got 12, 13, if you include kindergarten, years of public schooling. There's no need for affirmative action because public schooling is that. It's public. Colleges are a business. And the standards being lowered to allow individuals to get into college because they had poor, shitty test scores when they have the exact same opportunities in public schools as anybody else is bullshit.
We're trying to keep those doors open so that those black people that were coming through that door can
correct,
still
DJ
get
Ronnie G.
Because if you remove those, over time, we will be denied the access again.
If a black person has lower SATs, right, and lower GPA, should he get in over an Asian or a white person?
Let me ask
If all things are supposed to be laid out equal, no, you shouldn't get. If you don't have it,
all right, correct. He said you shouldn't. All right, correct. We can agree there.
That's what's happening.
What it takes to get in, no. But
it is happening, and I'm telling you, young white dudes are pissed. I'm telling you.
The majority of what's happening.
It is happening.
It is happening. In relation to DEI, first of all, DEI has been more beneficial. I'm a former commercial contractor, all right? DEI and affirmative action have benefited white people vastly more so than black people. All you gotta do is look at the business ownership.
He is probably correct about that. I would agree DEI has absolutely benefited white people. Not because they're white, but because DEI encompasses things like sexuality and whatnot. 100%. If you could be some fucking gay, tranny, leftoid, whatever, then you also going to get the DEI benefits. So yeah. Yeah, he is correct. I'm sure we see way more white people getting DEI homo benefits because of them being gay, not because of them being white.
Or what have you, and you notice that as long as that white female happens to be 51%, then she qualifies as a minority and a double minority because she's white, she's among the minority in business ownership, and she happens to be a female, right? So you look at that based on population dynamics, and that automatically tells you this whole thing about DEI was, number one, not as much targeted towards blacks as much as it was targeted towards minorities, which includes that LGBT,
I agree.
Right?
I don't disagree with that thing he said right there. I'll be real. I don't disagree with the thing he said right there.
So when we talk about that, we need to really deal with the real problem. And as it relates to the riots, let me tell you something right now. Listen, in the black community, I'll be the first to acknowledge, we do have intractable problems that are not going to be solved in one conversation. But what I'm going to say about that, as well as the reason why the black community becomes so infuriated, all right, is when you see gross negligence of justice or misjustice happening and nobody does anything. When this guy kneeled on this man's neck, we're going back to George Floyd. Look, if he had done something when he was subdued and on the ground, what was the real reason for kneeling on his neck except to inflict fatal harm? What was it?
I can tell you exactly what it was, and I can tell you why you're not recognizing the problem. Because the opinion polls, and I'm not saying right or wrong, the opinion polls have changed on George Floyd since I last spoke with you. You know why?
Why?
All the body cam footage came out. You know what? You know why? Because he was there for 12, 15 minutes, asked to be put in the car, they put him in the car, asked for air conditioning, gave him air conditioning, asked to be taken out of the car, they took him out of the car. He wouldn't stop moving. People have watched it now and go, you know what? It's not what I thought it was. You know how many times he was arrested before that? 9. He shouldn't have been. You know what would have saved him? 3-strike policy. He robbed a woman at gunpoint with a child in the house. And so white people look at it, young white people, right, who you have to understand, during COVID, this is a whole generation of people. White people did not have any fucking opportunities during COVID. They didn't get to go to the graduation, college, black, white, all of them, right? It's a generation that's pissed. Rightfully so, they got screwed. I think we can agree on that. They're going, I watched my city burn down for a guy who was arrested 9 times and committed violent crimes against women. What?
Now, you know, let me say
that's a travesty of justice. He shouldn't be out in public.
Let me say this to you.
How many felonies does President Trump have on his record? Yeah, he was still allowed to occupy the most.
No criminal felonies.
He has no criminal felonies, but he's got moral felonies, which would, if there was a court of...
Couldn't care less about moral felony. I could not give a good goddamn less about moral felony. Like God sort that out when they ascend, assuming they ascend. I don't give a fuck about moral felony.
Justice for that, he probably would be tried a long time ago. I mean, let's talk about it.
Is this where we all get on board with crazy white bitches who accuse women of rape?
No,
like I thought we'd find. She accused 26 men of rape. That crazy broad.
But here's the reality, though. And when you look at the convergence of this new agenda, where you're going strictly into blue cities, why is it that most of those blue cities also happen to be occupied? The areas they're going in are heavily occupied by minorities. Why is that so?
Well, black people tend to vote Democrat, and they're run by Democrats. Detroit, you can look at it. You can look at Chicago. Is that what you mean?
I mean, no, that's not what I'm asking you at all. What I'm asking you is, like I said, with this all-out assault right now, just last night they were talking about something in Chicago, right? But at 1 o'clock in the morning, you had people in military gear, what have you, helicopters and all this kind of stuff like this here, not just knocking doors down, but dragging people out.
Because it's the murder capital of the country. You just said black people are more harmed by this. We don't want to take out murderers?
No. I think really what truly was you confusing what I'm trying to say to you.
Are you about the National Guard in Chicago?
No, what I'm trying to say to you is this, though. If we're going to talk about the problem, let's talk about the problem in its totality. The fact about it is, when you talk about white America being pissed, white America is going to always find a reason that doesn't fit their narrative or what have you. But what white America fails to talk about, and what never ceases to amaze me, is the fact that the biggest threat is not going to come from blacks. The biggest threat is coming from within. You look at the average person that's been committed.
Well, yeah, actually that's true. The biggest threat's not coming from blacks. The threats are coming from the black community, obviously. But that community has been brainwashed by elites pulling strings behind the scenes to make them useful pawns and useful idiots. Obviously, the shadow government, the deep state, that's the greatest threat. I don't think that's what he means. So he's accidentally correct.
Some of the most heinous crimes over the days is 22 to 29-year-old white males, right? Look at how ready they were.
It's just not true, man. Violent crime, you just said, like you said, a small percentage of the country, about 12 to 13%, 50% of the violent crime, but the murder, a 12 times likelihood.
That's a skewed stat.
If you just, so you don't listen to them?
No, I said that particular stat is skewed.
It's not skewed. These are from the FBI, DOJ. And you know what else we look at? We look at Roland Fryer from Harvard, who conducted it, black guy, black professor, really respectable guy.
When he says the stats are skewed, he may be correct depending on what he means. So these stats are from the FBI and the DOJ. Now, I don't believe the FBI and the DOJ for a fucking minute. I don't believe any three-letter organization. Fuck them all. So they are probably skewed, but how much are they skewed and in what direction are they skewed? I ain't taking the DOJ's numbers for it. And to be fair, if you're going into a debate or an argument like this, you gotta have some baseline so it makes sense that Crowder would use those statistics. But yeah, I do believe they're skewed. I just don't think they're skewed in the way that homie wants them to be skewed.
Honorable man, conducted a study, and he came out and he said, yeah, all of my research says that black men are 0% more likely to be shot by police officers than whites. Black people got so mad at him, he reconducted the study, a black man from Harvard, and he came to the same conclusion, and now he's not black enough.
Wait, so let me see if I understand you clearly.
Yeah.
You're saying, according to this guy's statistics, right, that black people are 0% less likely to be shot by a white police officer.
A liberal professor at Harvard, yes, and he conducted it twice. Because black people said what you're saying. He goes, look, I was as surprised as you. I was trying to find how much worse it is. My data showed me it's not. He reconducted the study an entire time. Now, he did come to the conclusion that an officer is 18 times more likely to be shot than a black man by an officer. This is a black liberal who studies statistics. At what point do you listen to him?
And I don't believe him.
That's skewed too. Institution, and if he comes out and says something of the sort, there's no telling the backlash that he may not get. Listen, there are token blacks in every society. I mean, all you have to do is look back throughout.
And there we go, right?
So the black professor at Harvard, which is a liberal school, and he himself is a liberal, but he's the token? Yo, I can imagine people call him, like, Kate up, a Trey, Sheep City, and I can imagine the left calling them tokens. Oh, what are these fucking jigaboos out here doing, agreeing with these evil white people about hot bitches in video games? But to call a black liberal professor at a liberal college who studies statistics a token? Who is he a token for? I am fucking shocked. Yeah, Cadence Rays catching strays, absolutely. I'll be back in just a sec. Sorry, guys. I've had 2 glasses of tea and 2 bottles of water. So I need to piss. All right, let's keep going.
An Uncle Tom? This guy, like, come on.
No, but here's my thing, Steve, right? I'm not alleging that the guy wasn't Uncle Tom, but let's be frankly honest. How many shootings have happened in most recent history that have involved black men that have been unarmed, and you sit here and use that analogy that black men are zero times? Listen, as a totally blind individual, listen, I'm even apprehensive. There was an incident where the police stopped us, and it was my cousin and I. My cousin is a retired military vet or what have you, right? And immediately when we got out of the car, out of fear of possibly being shot, the first thing I did was raise my cane and say, "Officer," I said, "listen, I am totally blind. Before we get out of hand with this, right?" Now, I shouldn't have had to react like that. But when you start looking at what's really happening in this country, many times because see, here's the deal. I don't care if you put on a uniform. You can't legislate the heart of a man and his intent, all right? And many times these officers do allow that badge to give them impunity to operate and exercise their racism. Let's be honest.
In small part, I'm sure he is probably, like, here's the dealio. Yeah, cops, dogs of the state, mind you. In most, for the most part. Take a look at what happened during COVID, enforcing unconstitutional mandate laws and whatnot. Yeah, dogs of the state. They're bullied in school and they grow up and they want to exercise power. Absolutely. I think it's a power trip thing far more than it's a race thing. Sure. Shout out. We got St. Hugo coming in with a 2-banger. Says, "Be like Toy. Create some filler." Shout out. Hey, thank you, Fab. Bingo, bango,
I just find
bongo.
it funny that when I came up and shook your hand, you didn't tell me you were blind this whole time. I was like, I must have woke you up. You could have said, "Dude, I'm blind." I was like, "Oh, my bad. I'm sorry." This whole thing. You just throw that out there like a cluster bomb. I'm like,
Say you should have waved his cane when you came in.
I feel like an asshole in the middle of the room.
That's what I told you when you said, "Is he sleep behind the glasses?" I was like, "No, he just can't see."
Piranha Powder, black woman says, "I've never been afraid of the police." She's got several in the family. I'm a white dude. I have been afraid of the police. You want to know why I've been afraid of the police? Because I was doing illegal shit. Like, let's keep it real.
Hey, look, I thought you was making a shit joke. I said, "Oh my God, here's this condescending asshole here."
It's okay. He forget he blind sometimes.
I had no idea.
No, man, but you know,
I agree. You can't legislate what's in a man's heart.
Yeah.
But you can't throw out everything. You can't go, "That scat skewed." That black guy from Harvard who was always a liberal who did it twice, it's skewed. You can't throw it out.
How often do you see black police?
Yes, this is true, right, Matt? I did.
People?
Actually,
how often do you see that? How often do you see that?
Well, I tell you, actually, the stats show that when you're dealing with armed white people versus black armed people, white armed people are more likely to be shot by the cops than black.
White armed people are more likely to kill police officers. Look at what happened in Kansas where those 5 police
Let's call the stats a wash on that. Here's what I do know. Everyone wanted the body cam footage, and I agree. I was like, we should have body cam footage. We should have accountability for police officers, right? And we were to believe after the era of, remember, we went through Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, Mike Brown, obviously George Floyd. There were so many that you could use as examples. We thought that we'd have a rash of body cam footage showing us the police brutality. You haven't seen body cam footage of note in the last year. Once that footage came out, it's about a 20-to-1 ratio where you see someone getting violent with an officer. We have not seen what we thought we would see. And now people are going, okay, so maybe not the body cam footage, right? We thought we'd see all the abuse.
Wait a minute. Before you jump off of that point, what about the body cam footage where we see white people and white police and the white citizen is being belligerent with the police, but the police showing extreme restraint in dealing with that person. Whereas black people, we reach for your wallet, bow, you get shot. I got a phone in my hand, bow, you get shot.
And I'm
not doing anything. And bow, you get shot.
The stats don't reflect it. But white people are being killed in record numbers right now, and they're pissed. And if you keep just not listening to them, look, like you said, white people in the majority of this country, you have young white people who are getting more and more mad. I'm just telling you the truth.
What they mad?
And they have the guns. They're mad because this thing. Here's why. Here's why. They go, look, I'm 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person than you are a white person. And you go, well, that doesn't count. They go, look, my dad's business got burned down.
Yeah. And where?
My city got burned down. I've been accused of being a racist, even though I'm not. And I'm looking at this right now, and I'm not allowed to have an opinion, and I can't go into certain neighborhoods because I get my ass kicked. And then you just say, yeah, but you've had systemic power. That is a surefire way to breed racism.
Let's be frank about that, Steve. Now, first of all, here's why I disagree with you emphatically, right? Number one, when it is historically proven when...
Tebow, I was saying the same thing. I see videos online all the time of white cops abusing the power of white citizens. Yeah, by the way, I don't know where this guy pulled that out of. Like, I see white guys power tripping on people all the time, regardless of their fucking race.
And there are riots. And
Didn't the show Live PD had to be shut down because cops were like just willy-nilly abusing motherfuckers, race notwithstanding?
This is the crazy part. Most times, we as blacks, we tend to riot in our own neighborhood for the same reason why we're not 12 times likely to kill a white person, because of that fact that the penalty is going to be much harsh, okay? If black people really were the kind of threat and menace to white people as we're going to sit here and say that they are, never mind the stats, there's no way in the world that most of us would still be here, because guess what? You guys will find a way to deal with the problem if it is from a multiplicity of angles, all right? So, like I say, when I'm saying this right now, when it comes to
we
stats,
did deal with it.
Who controls that narrative, Steve?
We did deal with it. You know what we dealt with it in liberals in blue cities? Cashless bail, catch and release. We did everything that was demanded. Defunded the police in certain neighborhoods. Guess
But
what?
no blacks have asked for defund.
Tebow, I don't know if we're talking about the same case. He says, remember the kid who was executed by a cop all those years ago? White. If you're talking about the same case I'm talking about, you're talking about the autistic kid, right? You're talking about that like 14-year-old autistic boy? Assuming, and if you're not talking about the same case as I am, well, bingo, bango, bongo, we just got two different cases of a cop, in my opinion, murdering a white dude. Oh, the hallway on his hands and knees. No, that's a different one. That was the one that was the exterminator. Yeah, he was. If I recall, it was his job. He was an exterminator, and he was like at that hotel or whatever doing his job as an exterminator, and then he tried to pull up his pants. Yeah, because they were falling down, and they shot him. You're right. So you're actually thinking of a different case than I am.
Funding the police officers. Well, here's the deal.
Now, I will say, it's mostly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's mostly black women. It's mostly black activist women. And they're not representative of black men. I get that.
Just like the guy who killed the lady on the bus that you were talking about earlier, right?
I wish the do-rag homie on the right here would speak up more. In my opinion, now there's been some shit he has been wrong about, but I think dude on the right here has been the one that has been the most open-minded and willing to have a good faith conversation. And it sucks that he is the one who's been speaking the least.
He doesn't represent black America and what he did. I mean, listen.
Here's where he does. Just listen to me here. Here's where he does. Here's where he does to a lot of people. And this is what I'm just trying to, because last time I sat and listened, but I want you to hear something really important. Here's where he does. Young white, that person's parents, that person's relatives, look at it and go, wait a second. This guy was out 14 times, and the reason he was out 14 times was because a black female judge, in the name of restorative justice, who has received funding from NGOs, said, we're going to have cashless bail and catch and release and the IOU policy in the name of racial justice. So people are going, my daughter's dead because it would have been racist to keep this guy in jail. You need to understand that, right?
Now look at that. Homie raised his hand. He like instead of just jumping in and being belligerent and whatnot, like that was respectful, man. He didn't need to do that, by the way. This ain't fucking elementary school. He ain't gotta raise his hand. But he was like, yo, I got something to say. And these other black dudes are dog walking all over the one that seems to be the most receptive to a goodwill conversation.
You understand it though, right? Because you just made those same judgments about people who existed 150 years ago.
Yeah.
This is someone's sister.
Her flawed judgment does not represent the opinion of black people, number one.
There you go. Okay, it represents a systemic correction.
Well, let's talk about systemic correction. And you know what the problem really is? When you defund our opportunities to provide adequate psychiatric and institutionalization for those kind of people, that wouldn't have happened. Because let me tell you something, even as a black person, as a judge, if you come before me 11 times with all of the information that you provided me with, you know what, before I release you, you know what, I'm going to have you committed to an institution, because number one, the greater good is for me to preserve public integrity, and that's on both sides of the spectrum. I don't give a damn if you're black or white.
Why do you think they're not committing him to an institution?
Because there's no funding available.
No, they were shut down in the name of restorative racial justice. And his family, that's why he wasn't institutionalized.
And his family
he should have been in prison
too. His family pushed against it in certain like there's some of them cases where they were in court. His family was saying, don't put him in there.
I know, and who gives a
But I'm just saying, that's part of it. But when you only include the part that says the judge, you're not giving the whole story. And that's what media ends up doing, that creates these tensions in people. They straw man conversations and only tell part of it.
No, it's not a straw. The tension is there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The tension is already there. White people are afraid to go in black neighborhoods because
So
of
should
steps
black
they don't
people
believe.
be afraid to go to school because a white person go come shoot the school up?
Right.
Because every time we see
It's
that,
not even close.
that's what keeps
It's
happening.
not even close.
That is a bad faith argument. The idea that school shootings, which again nobody fucking is agreeing with or okay with, but the idea that that is a crime that is perpetuated at the same rate as standard black on white or even black on black violence is fucking bananas. By the way, haven't the last several school shootings been trannies? Just saying.
Now you're going to ignore that.
I'm scared to go to church.
You're scared to go to church, but you're sitting in the barber shop with almost 12 black men. Come on, Steve. Now let's be realistic.
Who do you think's more at risk sitting down right
Exactly.
here?
He know he's not in danger around us.
No, I'm in much more risk.
We don't do that.
And here's an irony.
You know, I just watched my friend die, right?
Steve, let me say this. Know what I
So this is an interesting concept because is Crowder at more risk? Yes and no. He's come here before, so he has a pre-established relationship with him. He's doing this show, so he has all these witnesses around. He is a public figure, so for one, he's not only is there witnesses, but there's gonna be video recordings and whatnot. He is a public figure. He's well known, so it would be taken very seriously if he died, a la Charlie Kirk. So no, he's not in more risk right now, or at least not more than what your other average citizen would be. Or you can make an argument that because of his public figure status, he actually is in more risk. I don't know that I would agree with that in this instance, because I think this is very different than the Charlie Kirk situation, given he has a pre-established relationship with this business and with these people. But it's an interesting question.
know what bothers me about white people, and this is kind of
everything.
No, not everything. Not everything.
But we smell like wet dog or some. I've heard all this stuff.
Let me tell you what bothers me about white people. Let's be honest here, because I work with a lot of white people, so I have nothing against them at all. Let me be honest with you. But the problem that the biggest problem that I have is that you constantly get bombarded with the excuses. All right, when you really come down to it, let's be honest, man, and let's be really truthful with one another. Ask yourself.
I think Steven actually is. Now, whether they would listen to him or not is a different story, but I think that he is failing to acknowledge, and he's tried it, but he's only been using the Irina Zaruska case with one female black judge. I bet he can come up with several other examples that he hasn't tried to show, hey, this is an issue with the justice system, and it's a justice system that's been perpetuated by both whites and blacks alike in these elite positions of power. And maybe he's not doing it because it sounds too conspiratorial, or maybe he's not doing it because it wouldn't be natural conversation. I don't know, but I don't think he's. I actually don't think he's arguing or articulating at least that half of the position properly.
What do you expect when you look at architectural oppression, economic depravity, and social disparity? What would you call it?
Bad decisions.
Huh?
Bad decisions.
Bad decisions.
Yeah, I think right now in 2025, it's bad decisions. I think everyone can make better decisions.
And you know what? I'll even go here with you. In all fairness, I think that's absolutely true. So my question for you is, how do we move past this?
Yeah. Okay.
How do we move past
I agree with you. I agree. And I think maybe we'll find some common ground here. If we agree there is
the dad, the clip crying over his daughter that guy's released 38 times. The reason I don't think he's brought this up is I think that this was filmed and recorded prior to that. Because that would be a slam dunk easy thing to bring up, but that's so recent. Like they had to get the permit to come in here and do this. They had to conduct this this sit down. They had to do all the editing and whatnot. So that's why I think that hasn't been brought up. I assume this was filmed before that.
Personal accountability and bad decisions. And I think we also all agree that feminist white are the worst demographic in the country, along with lesbians.
There's a great book that says, and they were her problem. See, that's what I'm saying.
Like, I'm telling you, believe me, I don't have a... Hold on. Let me just clarify, and I mean that. Angry white feminist bitches and lesbians, because if they didn't vote, we wouldn't have half of the shit. But, and this is one thing I appreciate about black men, that white men are so, black men can talk about these things, and black men are okay being masculine. White men are told it's sexist. There's a lot there.
I don't think he's wrong, by the way. I don't think he's wrong at all. Like, there's a reason black dudes have way lower suicide rates and statistics than any other race. There's a reason why the black community, by and large, up until at least relatively recently, has been openly the most homophobic fucking race, by and large. Like, I think that Crowder is correct in that assessment of black dudes.
Personal accountability decisions. Now, just take that and apply it. What you kind of just did here is you blamed white people, without realizing it, for systemic discrimination, and that removes autonomy from a white person to be accountable and also rewarded for their good decisions. So if we agree it's bad decisions, personal accountability, we'd all be against reparations, and we'd all be against the criminal justice reform.
I'm definitely for reparations.
I'm for reparations.
So
See, that to me, you said...
What a shock. They're all for reparations. Who could have foreseen this?
I am shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked.
Excuse. Yeah. That sounds like an excuse to me.
You ain't paid me back. You ain't paid me for what you owe me.
What did I take from you?
You can't start another bill.
What did I take from you?
Until you pay this old bill.
What did I take from you?
You didn't take but your ancestors.
But you just said...
His ancestors? He said at the beginning of this, he's from Canada.
You.
When I say you, I meant it as a euphemism.
But can you understand why white people hear it and get pissed off?
Yeah.
Because I can take shit.
But they're not mad about the advantages that were built into their lives.
So you want young people to pay? Sounds like an excuse.
And even without paying us back, Steve, know what my thoughts are on this here. Give us an opportunity to exercise our ability and our autonomy. Let me give you a perfect example. There's a gal right now, her name is Joy Reid.
I brought this up already. And he's about to talk about Joy Reid, so I'm curious. I'm going to go back because I'm interested in what he has to say. But he did say, give us an opportunity to promote our autonomy. Bro, you are sitting in a black-owned business that is doing well. Sounds like that opportunity was not only given, but was made good on, was taken advantage of, and I mean that the proper way. You were given an opportunity, you took advantage of the opportunity positively, and you made something out of it. So yes, sounds like, you know, that opportunity for that autonomy was given and was made good on.
And our autonomy. Let me give you a perfect example. There's a gal right now, her name is Joy Reid. Look up her...
I know Joy Reid. She's out of her mind.
Look up her educational background. You don't think Harvard gave her a degree just because she was a black person?
Joy Reid said herself that she got into Harvard because she was black. Those words came from her mouth. That affirmative action is what got her into Harvard. And she is one of the dumbest sons of bitches the media has ever produced.
DEI, do you?
I think she's an idiot.
Okay, so...
but not because she's black, but she's an idiot.
Okay, so you're entitled to that.
I think Van Jones is smart, and I disagree with him. Joy Reid has said things that are so verifiably untrue, it's insane.
Okay, so but you know, as a man, I'm going to indulge you and say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to indulge you. I'm going to respect your opinion, your frame of thought on that, right? I beg to differ tremendously, but nevertheless, though, that's why we're having this open discussion. But let's really...
No. Joy, you're thinking of Joy Behar, Rabnad. Joy Reid, not Joy Behar.
To talk about where we need to go from here on, and that is the fact that black people have every sense of entitlement as it relates to having reparations. And I'm going to tell you why, right? Because nobody has ever been as more loyal to white people despite the treatment than black people have, right? Nobody. You show me one race. You know what? They make options and opportunities available when other ethnicities come here or what have you that we will never get a chance to have, right? And then they turn around and tell us, stop asking about reparations. Whenever we want to ask for equality and fairness, it's a problem. So white America.
So it spends several $1 trillion. When is it enough?
Wait, spend $7 trillion on what? What did we spend it on?
Let's go back to Lyndon Johnson, Model City.
Lyndon Johnson, you're talking about the war on poverty? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
1965?
Why was that done?
All right, but here's the deal.
What about the Department of Education?
Here's the deal. So now you're saying the Department of Education. Let's go back to the Department of Education.
Okay, so my point is, these were... Hold on. No, I didn't answer your question.
All right.
The reason that this was given, right, when you're talking about the Great Society program, the reason when you look at the Model Cities program, urban planning, $8 billion into Detroit, adjusted for inflation, the reason that, and I don't know if you know this, black students in this country get more spending per pupil than white students. I don't know if you know that. That's an actual fact. Even in impoverished neighborhoods through public funding. These were the reparations that were asked of white people throughout each decade given, and then we're told, no, that's not the real one. They were given, whether you like them or not, whether you think they work or not. And by the way, I think they're dog shit. I think we should completely suspend the federal Department of Education. I think the Texas state could do a much better job. But those were done in the name of racial reparations because they were demanded,
Steve,
and now it's not enough.
Listen, you say that, Steve, listen.
But what was
you
that?
say we should suspend the Department of
I agree with you, because it's so why would they do it correctly?
It's not just because it was done in the name of racial justice that it was done incorrectly.
That's the reason for it.
I'm saying that's the reason for it, but along the way of trying to achieve racial justice, you just did it wrong.
But let me ask you,
that's my point.
You say
people did it the way we were asked.
It was right.
Again, I love that so many times during this, they've accidentally been correct. Yeah, trying to achieve racial justice by just throwing money at it was definitely the wrong way to do it. I can't wait to hear what his explanation will be, though. What was the right way to do it?
Your approach was wrong.
So now you make some 20-year-old kid pay?
No, but you came out and said something You said that you're against the Department of Education, right? Let me tell you
Federal
something.
Department.
Yeah, Federal Department of Education. Let me tell you something that has come up in a lot of circles that I'm always talking about as a person with a disability. The Department of Education does a lot more in terms of, even with the enforcement of Section 504, right? 504 says that you must have accommodations for individuals with disabilities, right? Perfect example of when you walked in or someone just walked in, did you hear what that thing said? Right, left. Go down to Austin. Let me tell you something. When you suspend the Department of Education, you're also telling the remain 36 million people in this country who have disabilities, you know what? Screw you. Figure it out. We don't have to do anything.
No, that's not what suspending the Department of Education does. The Department of Education would say there is not going to be a federal standard set, and it's going to be up to the individual states, cities, counties, regions, whatever lower than federal government would be to handle situations as they see fit. And I agree with that. There shouldn't be a federal standard.
Okay, and this is another reason, going back to what we said with the Black America. If you don't have certain mechanisms in place to ensure that there is a fair and level playing field, right? Guess what?
Yes, it was, Marty. Yes, it was.
The party that's in power or what have you are not going to say, hey, wait a minute, let's look at this other disenfranchised segment of the community or what have you, and see how can we provide.
I'll disabuse you of that notion. Okay, let me disabuse you of that notion.
Go ahead.
Over $3 trillion adjusted for inflation, right? The Department of Education, early 70s. Okay, before that, they were run by states. Over $3 trillion. What are math scores? What are literacy scores now? In both.
Depends on what part of the country you're asking.
By the way, this is why it is not a racial justice or a black issue, because they are down across the board. Minus Asians that come over here as foreign exchange students in their high school years, they're down across the board for all races. 100%.
Across the board. Across the board. You can't go there because I'm going to tell you why you can't go there.
Well, hold on. I'll answer the question. Because then I'll show you an example of something that actually works, because we need solutions. They're across the board down. In other words, $3 trillion, test scores are worse. And they're even worse in poor areas where there's more spending. Do you know where black students in New York City actually do really well? White Catholic schools, where they have more students per teacher, on average 35 plus. In other words, they have fewer teachers. It's done privately. Charter schools, school choice is something I support. That means for everyone in this country. Can't do it because it's racist.
Let's look at the academia, though, okay?
That's why it's being fought.
When you start talking about that, what have you, when you talk about test scores, we can go just north versus south or what have you. Let's look at the quality of education that's in these schools or what have you. Are you going to tell me that it's a standardized academic agenda that's promoted throughout this country? Or is it a fact that some...
Yes. Yes. That's what the Department of Education literally did, was a standardized academia, yes.
People have a different education level than black. Listen, I work with people.
They're bad across the board.
I work with people every day that are out the north that have far excelled in
that's absolutely true.
Than we have in the
bad and worse.
There's no good.
Right. There's no good. There's in here. And what I'm saying is, here's something where we could find common. I've proposed this, many people have, where we go, look, instead of giving money to a school, like you say, some of these schools suck, right? Instead of just putting, let's say the average spending is $15,000 per student. That's a rounded number. It's anywhere from 13 to 50, okay?
Shout out Jay Viper. Jay Viper Raiders in the building. How you doing, guys? Shout out.
Instead of putting that money in the administrative costs at a school, what you do is you say, okay, that's a grant, that's a voucher that attaches to the student, and they can take it to any school they want, so they have to compete. So that kid can now choose where they go to school. Can't do it because it's racist. That's why it's been fought. People say black kids would still be stuck in shit schools than white kids.
Why?
Well, see, that comes back
because they wouldn't be able to transport themselves out of a bad neighborhood.
Okay, so
but right now they're stuck with one school.
So when you start asking those whys and go down the rabbit hole of why and start asking.
All right, finally, we got the one I'm actually interested in listening to again. Again, the one that thus far, in my opinion, has been the most receptive to this and actually asking good questions. Actually, even if he doesn't come up with the right answers, asking good questions. All right, finally, let's hear it.
Asking, okay, well, why would somebody say that? Well, this is why.
Well, I'll tell you why they really say it. Because of teachers' unions.
Because of teachers' unions?
Yeah. It doesn't make. In other words, if a black kid right now has to go to
because
one.
in certain communities where they don't have certain resources, it's a lot of kids. Once again, I live in. I've raised my kids, graduated 3 kids from. I've been afforded some things in this community that some people down south don't have.
Yeah,
right.
That's a fact.
And some of these school events, I'm questioning them like, how the hell y'all expect us to have jobs and still transport these kids to and from these events all throughout the day? But if them people down there had to do it.
So you think what we're doing now is better?
Because they ain't got transport. Half of them ain't got transportation.
I think we need to go back to the real truth and the real truth.
Because that's what I'm saying. Because they're in impoverished areas, and we already know, based on how we see.
So then how do we fix it? We have to pay for a car,
don't even have
a house?
grocery stores.
No, of course not.
Those same areas
that's
don't.
horseshit.
There's food
I see
deserts.
everyone
Come on now, you don't
everyone
know
here
about
has a
food deserts.
smartphone. You can literally order any food that's ever existed on Earth to any municipality cheaper than ever.
If you're in an area that already has a lack of resources and you're already low income, how you gonna order something?
Amazon, one click.
But see, here's the deal.
We're talking about food deserts in 2025. Come on.
I think there's a broader problem that we were not discussing. You know what that is? You've got to go all the way back. This has been an insidious process that's been at work. And the bad part about it is, as long as we as white and black America keep fighting among each other, we'll never see the big.
What is? Yes. As long as white Americans keep fighting each other, we'll never see the insidious stuff coming up top. Which is what Crowder has said multiple times, and you have denounced every single answer he has even attempted to give. Like the irony in the black dude who is blind not being able to see what he is saying and how he is incorrect is not lost on me.
Picture. You go back to 1982 under Charlotte T. Eisenberg, who was the Department of Secretary under Ronald Reagan, Department of Education. She wrote a good expose many, many years later called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. She kind of patterned that after that B.F. Skinnerian behavioral modification, and it ties all into the founder before the Department of Education, which was General Education Board, where they say, you know what, we don't need more painters, we don't need more artists, or we don't need more poets. We just want good cogs in a wheel that are easily taught, that we can mold under our own hand.
He is correct, by the way. He is correct. Now, it's not a racial thing. It's not a racial thing at all. But yes, that is exactly what the school system does. Is it creates cogs for the machine. Government planted and produced cogs for the machine. Yes.
Mantra still holds true today. So you got to look at that. You got to look at where we come from. We come from a nation that was industrious and coupled with innovation to now everybody tends to do things like you say with your smartphone. You know why? Because pictures keep you from looking at things contextually. All right. So when you think about this educational system, you got to go back to what changed in this educational system and why we're where we are. Because you can't just simply say, yeah, but you can't just simply say that everybody wants to be dumb or everybody in the South.
I didn't say everybody wants to be dumb.
Okay. Well, tell you this too. Here's another problem why scores are so much lower in this country, especially when you talk about black America.
Because money doesn't fix a problem. It's that
money doesn't.
We've thrown money at the problem and it doesn't do shit.
Solve the problem. That's the core root of it. And
money doesn't fix the problem. Money does in fact fix the problem for me though. Just throwing that out there.
Start reforming the real academia, all right? That's where you start. So you know what you tell people? We're going to operate in a system of meritocracy. God damn it, you will eat what you kill. If you're giving you $50,000 to go to school and you decide that you don't want to, or you fail to adhere to what's being presented before you, then shame on you.
I agree. You do away with DEI, you do away with the sex affirmative action, do away with all of it. Eat what you kill.
Wait, did he say what's wrong with DEI after trying to make an argument for meritocracy, or did I mishear him? Hold on.
I agree. You do away with DEI, you do away with the sex affirmative action, do away with all of it. Eat what you kill.
Do away with DEI, but make it fair across the board.
But that's what I'm saying.
I agree.
Okay, taking away DEI would make it, like that is literally step one in making it fair to across the board. Which, by the way, I did mishear him. He said take away DEI. So never mind. I recant that. That was my bad. I just misheard him. That is literally step one in making it fair across the board. Yes.
If you're gonna do away with DEI, you got to make sure that the merits are properly being counted. Because the reason why DEI was invented, reason why affirmative action was invented, is because you'd have two qualified candidates, same qualifications, but one would get in strictly because his name was Johnny, and the other one's name was Jamal. Well, we're gonna take Johnny, because naturally Johnny's gonna be better at it. But they got.
And I'm all right with that. Full stop. I'm all right with that. I find it to be morally wrong. But I'm all right with that, and here's why. So I think word of mouth works. I think word of mouth works. And if I go into a restaurant, and I'm sitting down, I'm eating my fucking omelet, and I see a black dude come in, and the owner says, yo, get out of here, you're not welcome, jigaboo. I'm going to never eat that fucking place again. I'm going to tell all my buddies about it, and that place is going to go fucking bankrupt because nobody wants to support a racist-ass business. So yeah. Yeah, dude, deny people for their race, deny people for their gender, deny people for their sexuality, deny people for their for their religion. I'm okay with all of that. And then let the free hand of the market to decide. Let the free hand of the market decide. If a bunch of people are chill with going in and eating a racist diner, well, that's on them. Can't be me. Won't be me. But I have a sneaking suspicion that, by and large, at least if things weren't as bad as they were right now. Nowadays, they'd probably be celebrated. People are like, oh my God, no blacks in here? Fucking finally. No Jeets in here? Finally. But in general, I'd say prior to, let's say, 2015 or so, and all the lead up to this, yeah, people would be like, what the fuck? They didn't let a black dude come in and sit down at this diner because he was black. Fuck this place, and that bitch should go out of business. I am all for the free hand of the market deciding. Kick people out, don't lose people's service, whatever goddamn reason you want. You don't want a white dude in your fucking Popeyes? Fine. Totally fine. See, the business can sustain itself when all the white people stop coming, and frankly, when all the black people start saying, like, yo, we don't want to support racist businesses either. Because that's what would happen. Let's see. We had a super chat. Butterframe didn't go for a 5-banger. The only thing that will fix black America is to fix the black home. Based. Agreed. Could not agree more. Could not agree more. And take a look at Black Wall Street back in the 40s. Take a look at Black Wall Street. It was a thing, and it was beautiful.
The same qualifications. That's why affirmative action was instituted in the first place.
DEI came in because of shrinking white feminists wanted to claim credit.
That's a snapshot you can present it in, but
I agree with you.
That's a snapshot you can present it in, but I'm just saying, like, the reason why.
No, what I'm saying is,
you go down to ask why.
War Wizard is correct, by the way. A Popeyes that has white people working there, or at least a majority of white people working there, will suck. I want my Popeyes to be majority black employed. For real.
I'm being flippant, but the truth is black people were being admitted in record numbers if they had the same qualifications before DEI and affirmative action. White shrieking feminists wanted to take credit for something that was already happening because people had become less racist, so they can say, tag my white name on there, DEI. See what I did for black people? It's white guilt. And what I'm trying to tell you is young people who have nothing to do with any of this, their guilt is running out, and you can't escape the violent murder rate. You can't escape them losing opportunities and being blamed for being racist when they're not. And you want those kids to pay reparations? You're creating a generation of racists. That's what's going to happen. And
then you're going to have a...
We're not creating DEI.
Then you're going to have...
We as a black community, we're not creating.
You see how the tension was cut there, like butter, or like butter framed in gold? That was great. That was great. Anytime it started, and I do appreciate that about this episode. Anytime tension started getting real high, something funny does happen, and the tension breaks and cuts, and like it is good.
A generation of racists. You know who's creating that generation of racists? Those older white people are feeding that into their kids. See, all white people...
Older black people are doing it too, mind you. Older black people are doing it too. Bro, when you watch fucking Die Hard 3, came out in like 94 or 96 or something, and you got Samuel L. Jackson telling his nephews in the first 5 minutes of the film, don't trust white people. Like, yes, obviously the moral and the message of the movie as it goes on is that Samuel L. Jackson and I almost said Bruce Campbell and Bruce Willis work together and grow together and like learn to be a team. Like, yeah, obviously the message is that, oh, race doesn't actually fucking matter, which is great. The point is, yeah, you got older black people saying, don't trust whitey. And, yeah, I'm sure you got older black people, older white people, you know, in, I'm sure, smaller numbers by per capita, if we're being honest, saying the same. I don't think that fucking matters. I don't think the numbers on either side show that actually matters. I'll be real. I don't think there's any study or statistic or anything that shows that actually has a large enough effect for it to matter.
Racist. I don't believe that.
No, of course not.
But the ones that come from families that have that inherent gene or trait in them, they're passing that on.
How?
See, I look at this. The gentleman that got killed, Charlie. He was killed by a white man. A young white man, right? From the generation that you're talking about that's getting fed up.
Well, he was also banging a
now, his dad had one ideology. He followed another ideology. That's out the same household. He didn't come from nowhere black. He wasn't hanging around with no bunch of black people.
I know, I agree. I'm not saying
that mindset. His daddy put whatever was into him. His dad either put that into him or his rebellion from his father caused him to think like that. That we're not creating that. Black people
that
are
has nothing to do with what I agree with you.
You ever seen over in Africa? You see an elephant with a bird riding on his back. That elephant ain't worried about that bird because that bird not stopping him from doing the thing he want to do. We're the bird.
No.
We're the bird.
You're not the bird.
Stopping white America from doing anything.
You know what? The bird just burned down $4 billion worth of cities and 60,000 assaults.
No.
And what young white kids? No.
I'm feeling offended by all this bird talk.
Hold on, you got to
might get blamed for it.
Hondos in the chat, boys.
The bird is half as big as the elephant.
Steve, you act like it's only blacks that was burning it down. What about the Black Wall Street?
You know, what I said earlier, and you listen to this, is when you have a young white person going, okay, why is this happening? And people go, Black Lives Matter. And they go, well, hold on a second. I have an opinion on Black Lives Matter. They go, well, sit down, shut up. Okay, now silence is violence. And that kid goes, well, what do I do? By the way, you're on the hook for reparations, even though his father, his grandfather, his great-great-grandfather didn't own a slave, and he's still 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person the other way around. You're going to, what I'm saying is society is going to create a generation of racists. What do you say to that young white kid? What do you say to him?
Stop watching, stay off of TikTok.
Stop reading stats.
Stop paying attention to what these talking heads are saying because they're leading you down the wrong path. They're leading you down a path of paranoia.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Stay off TikTok. Stop listening to talking heads. Except for me. I'm a great talking head. But yeah. Again, as much as I disagree with some of the shit he said, I'm liking this dude a lot. I am.
And conspiracy theories.
What if their interactions with black people in general are quite negative?
Well, we're in it now, and we're going to continue next Thursday, October 16th, on the next installment of Black and White on the Gray Issues.
Do you realize?
Y'all know what we doing a week from today then, don't you boys? Y'all know what we doing a week from today. Oh, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Yeah, nah, this was fantastic. I enjoyed the hell out of this. There were some good points made. Good people on both sides. Yeah, no, there were actually some good points made on both sides. I feel like some of them on the barbershop side were accidental, but they actually did have some good points themselves. I quite enjoyed this. We're definitely doing the next one next week, and yeah. South Alpaca, I do agree. I actually think there is productivity in this. You want to know why? Because even if it got heated, it was still conversation. It was still conversation. No one whipped out a blicky. So yeah, we got more to go over today. But that being said, these are just my opinions. Let me know yours in the comments down below, or let me know on X. You can find me at Word, and please do subscribe. I'm a nerdy news channel. I cover nerdy news every day. And while this wasn't particularly nerdy, I do love me some political stuff. But usually it's anime, movies, music, Magic the Gathering, you name it. Check me out on Instagram at wordsparadise_Leon and become a member for $4.99 a month. You can join the Discord, choose the articles you go over on a day-to-day basis, choose the videos to react to on the Friday and daily live streams, and of course get involved with over 200 other vital idols. We are a bright, beautiful, glowing, vibrant community that I cannot wait to grow even further because we do care about diversity. We only one kind of diversity of thought. The chime threw me up there. I was on a roll, and then when that super chat chime came in. But yes, shout out is all here in the Nerdosphere. This has been Words of Paradise. Thanks for running out. Make it a nice 75 on the gold bar. Shout out, $2. We're at $75.96. Thank you so much. Truly appreciated. You're good. You're good. I'm sure I'll find a way to edit that. Or maybe I'll leave it in because it'll be funny. We'll see. But we do have more to go over. Fab, fantastically, amazingly brilliant, threw this in the Discord. He killed him for Charlie Kirk. Leftist lies go viral. I don't know who this is. I feel like maybe we've reacted to her before. I don't know. So let's figure it out.
There's a story circulating online about a 17-year-old boy who took the lives of two 17-year-old girls. Now, many are saying he was a Charlie Kirk fan who killed them because they made fun of Charlie Kirk's death. At least that's the popular narrative. Many leftists are also saying that this is the political violence that Republicans and Trump voters don't want to talk about. So today we're going to find out if this story is actually true. And of course, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
All right, guys, we're going to get straight into today's topic. We're going to be talking about 17-year-old Vincent Badaloro, who took the lives of Maria Niotis and Isabella Salas. Now, these are two 17-year-old girls, and Vincent is a 17-year-old boy himself, and he seems to have quite a history with at least one of these individuals, Maria Niotis. Now, as I said before...
This is interesting. I haven't heard about this story. I haven't heard about this at all. So I don't know if this is one of those that slipped by the wayside, or... like, is the media actually reporting on this and trying to spin a narrative like they always do and always are? Because this one is this one's new to me. She says leftist lies go viral, but I follow a lot of leftist lies for my job here, and I've not heard of this one. So let me know if you guys have.
Or the popular narrative online is that he was a Charlie Kirk fan who took the lives of these two 17-year-old girls because they made fun of Charlie Kirk's death. I'm going to show you some tweets and some references here. Pamphlets on X says, breaking, Charlie Kirk fans stalked and brutally murdered two girls for, quote, talking shit, end quote, about Charlie Kirk.
I've never heard of pamphlets, and Occupy Democrats is about to come up, and they are, even Democrats don't trust Occupy Democrats, so that's not exactly... as a reputable source. I will say, maybe this isn't getting national news attention because if you notice, these broads are white. That might have something to do with it.
Occupy Democrats posts, breaking, Charlie Kirk fan murders two teen girls in horrific attack after one of them criticized Charlie Kirk. While Trump and the right-wing propaganda machine have been demonizing Democrats and falsely smearing them for committing violence, once again it is a right-winger who is taking innocent people's lives over their political beliefs. Maria Niotis and Isabel Salas, both 17-year-olds, were struck and killed in a hit-and-run vehicular homicide by another teen identified by local media as Vincent Badaloro. Now I'm going to read you some of the quote tweets that really made me want to delve into this story because people were calling out Republicans and Trump voters saying that nobody wants to talk about this. Denisha Carter writes, no Republicans talking about this. I wonder why. Dr. Allison Wiltz writes, this is the political violence they don't want to talk about. First and foremost, before we even get into this story, I condemn all forms of political violence. If one is motivated by left-leaning ideology
Tebow's correct.
or
Hit and
right-leaning
run's not our
ideology,
MO.
it makes no difference to me. Of course, we always do want to look into the motives behind these attacks, so we gather more information, we see what both the victims and the suspects have been involved in, and if we find any information that leads us to believe that this person killed these two girls because of Charlie Kirk's death and because of their response to it, we'll most certainly display that in this video. It's not okay when the left does it, and it's not okay when the right does it. And if you're...
You know, I get the need for the disclaimer, but I find it so retarded. Like, the fact that we live in a world where you've got to give a disclaimer like that is so fucking retarded. Yeah, we all know nobody, on the right at least, is okay with political violence. We condemn it regardless of what side it's on. Duh.
We're on a side politically, and you feel like you can't call out that side when acts of political violence are carried out in the name of that particular ideology, then you have a problem, and you probably need to do some internal work, some introspection. But as we get into the story, I'm going to turn to Inside Edition, and we'll hear the news regarding this double homicide.
70 miles per hour. That's how fast cops say a 17-year-old was driving when he mowed down two teen girls riding on an e-bike. Now, video has surfaced of the suspect shortly after the crash, laughing on a
Looks pretty white to me. I'd say you're wrong, Hook. Looks pretty white to me.
Gaming site.
It's the creepy laugh of an accused killer. We're learning new information about 17-year-old Vincent Badaloro, accused of intentionally slamming his Jeep into two best friends as they rode an e-bike. According to just released court papers, police say he was driving 70 miles an hour when he plowed into 17-year-old.
Yes, Hook. Yes, that dude is white. That dude is white. I don't give a fuck how racist you are, like I said. I don't ban people from my chat because I'm all free speech. But that's a white dude. My lion eyes doth not deceive me. And if you want to talk about white dudes and you know, pretend that we're all so fucking perfect, I could direct you to a myriad of white dudes who have committed a whole lot of crimes, you know, such as John Wayne Gacy or Ed Gein or Ted Bundy, and I can go on and on and on. Let's not pretend that white people just don't commit fucking crimes. The dude's white. It's fine. Well, it's not fine to commit a crime, but the fact of the matter is, yeah, people do crazy, unhinged, evil shit regardless.
It's Maria Niotis and Isabella Salas. We found this video of Bataloro on a gaming site talking about pranking Maria.
By the way, Bataloro sounds more Italian than Hispanic to me, though they're both Romance languages, so I could be wrong.
By sending a pizza to her house. She reportedly had spurned his advances and had filed for a restraining order against him.
Hi, can I place an order for delivery, please? Can I get 2 large pepperoni pizzas? It'll be cash at the door.
He then lets out that demonic laugh. He tells viewers it's all because allegedly Maria had made fun of Charlie Kirk.
Whenever Maria sees the pizza guy come, better think of Charlie Kirk for making fun of his death. Stupid clown.
A fellow gamer asks if he'll drive to Maria's house to watch the pizza be delivered.
Oh, I did that the last time, but the mother saw me pull up in the car, and I got tracked, and the police, did what they did.
Bataloro made the video 9 days ago. On Monday, when the 2 girls were killed, police say Bataloro fled the scene before they found and detained him and issued him an astonishing 15 tickets. But he was not arrested because he claimed it was an accident. The next day, Bataloro went online to express his...
Sounds to me like more of that soft on crime policy, regardless of whether someone's black or white, but that could just be me.
His condolences.
In a neighboring town, unfortunately, 2 girls were killed in a hit-and-run crash. I wish my sincerest condolences.
On Wednesday, after police discovered his connections to Maria Niotis, he was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Last night, Maria's mother spoke out.
She wasn't just my daughter. She was my best friend. My sunshine.
So there you have it. And if you're hearing this story and you're thinking there's more layers here than just somebody being a Charlie Kirk fan and killing, 2 girls because one of them made fun of Charlie Kirk. If you're thinking that doesn't seem to be the full story, we're seeing now that is in fact not the full story. In fact, when I looked into this, the only reference I could see to Charlie Kirk was when he sent those pizzas to her door, which, mind you, the news even says this was something he had done before. He even says this is something he had done before, sending pizzas to her door and saying they're going to pay in cash as some sort of prank, but also to keep tabs on this young girl. And even in reference to that particular incident with the pizzas, we find more facts. Now I'm going to read you the quote that he says in reference to Charlie Kirk. He says, "Hey, whenever Maria sees the pizza guy come, better think of Charlie Kirk for making fun of his fucking death. Stupid ass clown. Just remember that." He goes on to say she made fun of Charlie Kirk's death on TikTok on a repost. Maybe her mother should monitor her social media activity. But even when you go to read other articles about this, you'll find there are other details. He says, quote, "I think Maria's hungry. I think we're going to send her 2 pizzas. So you all know I have a vengeance against this girl for accusing me of sending porn and shit. I'm going to call a pizza to her house." He goes on.
It's a very weird way to get revenge on somebody. They accuse me of sending her porn, so I'm gonna feed her.
On to make fun of Maria's mother's name, calling it a stupid fucking name, and accused her of reporting the porn that he had allegedly sent Maria. He says, "So Fooley made a bad decision, making a bad name of myself. You made a bad decision having this girl return to that school without me being there." And I don't know exactly what he's referencing with that quote about having her return to school without him being there, but it seems as though he was stalking this girl over months and months. And this is...
I mean, yeah, it mentioned earlier that there was a restraining order put in place. So yeah, this is a stalking case, it seems like.
It's confirmed by news reports. It's confirmed by the family that says that he's been stalking her and plotting this against her for months on end. As you can see, he even references himself being accused of sending her porn. The news also reports that she had spurned his advances, meaning that he was interested in her, not just attacking her based off of political ideology. The family of Maria also knew what this guy was doing. They had reported him to law enforcement, and they had actually filed a restraining order against him due to his actions. And I'll read you a quote here, actually, from NJ Spotlight News that says the Niotis family said that Badaloro had been stalking Maria for months and that they had reported his behavior to local police with no response. It goes on further to...
Why am I shocked? Or why am I not shocked? I mean, no response from the police. Zero shock. Cue the tape.
I am shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked.
Say in a statement to Fox 5, the family said that this was, quote, murder in the first degree, end quote, and that, quote, he had been plotting the attack for months, carried out this horrific attack, taking not only her life, but also Isabella's, end quote. So just for the timeline here, Charlie Kirk was assassinated about a month ago, and this kid had been stalking this girl in particular, Maria Niotis, for months. He had been planning this attack, according to her family, for months. And Isabella Salas happened to be somebody who was just caught in between all of this because she was with Maria when this all took place. But yes, go ahead and spin your narrative that this guy was a Charlie Kirk fan who killed both of these girls because one of them made a TikTok repost about Charlie Kirk's death, because that...
And there it is, folks. There's the media at its finest. Like, now mind you, this doesn't mean he wasn't a Charlie Kirk fan. I will say that whether he was or wasn't is irrelevant. He could have also been into the Indiana Jones films and been a Harrison Ford fan. You're gonna blame Harrison Ford or blame the Film Actors Guild for this? Like, yeah, no, this is clearly the case of a deranged, unhinged individual who, just like the murderer of Irina Zaruska, should be in some sort of fucking facility. I blame Hasan. That's a good call. Blaming Hasan is probably the right call.
It makes a lot of sense. What it really makes out is the idea that these people care far more about their narrative than the actual truth. And the actual truth here is that this is somebody who is stalking one girl in particular over months and months. This is a textbook stalker case, and instead of offering valuable education about stalking, instead of maybe calling out local law enforcement for not being on top of what was happening here, even though the family had reported it, you're deciding to spin...
Obama didn't... Mental health facilities, as we know them, asylums, were shut down years and years and years before Obama. I mean, I'm sure it's only gotten worse as time goes on. I'm sure they were shut down under Bush. I'm sure they were shut down under Obama, and the list goes on. But yes, state-run mental health facilities being shut down was something that started in the fucking 60s. I'm all for blaming Obama for dumb shit, but let's be real. State-funded mental health facilities have been... routinely and systematically shut down since the 60s.
A Republican/Trump voter violence story because you're uncomfortable with people talking about leftist violence in an age where it's happening more so than it is on the other side. When you see tweets or media references or posts by the Occupy Democrats that are saying that this is a Charlie Kirk fan who killed somebody who made fun of him, what you're actually watching is the death of these two young girls reduced down to a narrative that is false. You are taking the months of victimization that this young girl endured. You're taking the life of her best friend that just sort of hung in the balance of all this, and you are completely sweeping that under the rug. You're not allowing for valuable education to other young women who may be experiencing something like this. You are not allowing for law enforcement to be held accountable for not doing something when it comes to this young kid harassing this young woman, and you're not allowing for others to see the signs of when this could be happening in their lives. You are disrespecting the life of a young stalking victim in Maria Niotis. You are disrespecting the life of her best friend who was caught up in this entire horrific situation. You are disrespecting her family and the actual truth behind this story and what they will continue to endure on the other end of it. You are stopping people from getting to recognize the actual signs of a stalker that may go from these sort of sending pizza altercations to taking the lives of their victims.
And while what she's saying is entirely true, well, what she's saying is 100% correct and true. I will also state that it is not just the fault of the media. Now, obviously, this is not me running cover for them. Yes, blame the media. Always blame the mainstream media. Blame those spinning these narratives. They're disgusting. They're abhorrent. We need to burn that all to the fucking ground. That being said, I will also say, blame the troglodytes on X or on the internet or whatnot that don't do any goddamn fact checking. They don't do any fact checking whatsoever. Like, this seems like something that could have been so easy to fact check. And she did show one instance of Insane Cope showing that, yo, this was about stalking. But even then, he didn't post any links, he didn't post any sources. I don't know if there was a community notes tab on this or whatnot. And we've all fallen for it, to be fair. I've fallen for shit for not fact checking before, and every time I do, it's like, fuck. That was a reminder of me not to rest on my laurels. I should have fact checked, because I usually do. So yeah, this is like the sheep that just go along with shit are just as much to blame as the dipshit media.
Muddying the waters when it comes to facts and information, and you are proving to the entire world that you care far more about propaganda, your own agenda, and your own narrative than you do about the actual truth. You don't care about the victim, seemingly. You don't care about justice, seemingly, because you would have looked into the story before just flippantly commenting on two people losing.
Well, we know the media doesn't care about justice. They want to spread a narrative. I mean, that is their entire job, is to spread a narrative, to spread propaganda. That is common knowledge. That's why the onus should be on you, the viewer, and the individual. Even when it comes to shit that I do. When you watch my videos and I'm covering the news and whatnot, whether it be about something as simple as a fucking Assassin's Creed game, like what we did in like the video that came out today, check that out if you haven't yet. Yeah, fact check me. Watch other sources. I ain't going to be right 100% of the time. I'm going to be right 99% of the time, but not 100.
Their lives. It seems like you care more about gaining political points over the deaths of two 17-year-old girls. And although it seems like the violence was not triggered by her comments on Charlie Kirk's death.
Oh, Zasho Isako, if you're not trolling, because I don't know if I've seen you in this chat before, but if you're not trolling, you are in the wrong chat, buddy. Hasan can get butt fucked with a rusty blade in Minecraft, allegedly. This is a very anti-Hasan Piker chat. Very anti-Hasan Piker channel and stream. Because the dude is a fucking criminal and a cancer. But if you can handle his opinions, you're welcome here, because we welcome people of all beliefs. And if you're trolling, good on you.
Guess what? You shouldn't send random pizzas to somebody's house over a comment they made about Charlie Kirk's death. So let's go ahead and condemn that act in case it's the only thing that you care about, and that would seem to be the case given what these people are tweeting. So there you guys go. Those are my thoughts on this particular story. I've seen it pop up on my timeline more than I can cite here, and it's really unfortunate that these two girls' lives are just being swung around in a sort of tennis match over politics online. But those are the facts that I found when looking into this. It's really unfortunate that people seem to value their agenda over the stories of what happened.
Not some people. Most people. Most people, and this goes for both sides. I hate to be that both sides guy, but yes, the controlled opposition on the right wing are the exact same. Fox News, Daily Wire, the controlled opposition on the right wing also only care about agendas and also only care about spreading their narrative and their propaganda.
To these two girls. As far as Vincent Badaloro is concerned, throw the book at him. And I would say the same thing if the deaths were motivated by what this girl had said about Charlie Kirk online. Throw the book at him. Quite frankly, put him under the jail. And lastly, if you truly value justice, if you value the lives of the victims and the stories that you're talking about, value them enough to actually look into the story, rather than seeing some post by a
Look at the fucking header for pamphlets. This is a psyop right here. Bro, this I do not believe for a moment this is a legitimate left-wing source. I'm gonna be real. I think that this is a psyop page. Absolutely.
A communist newspaper or Occupy Democrats, and then running with a narrative online that then goes on to get millions of views, hundreds of thousands of retweets and likes, and then just goes on to spread falsehoods about a story that could...
UAF Omega, you could have... He says the Russian Mount Rushmore. You could have said Mount Russianmore, and you didn't do it. For shame.
Very easily be cleared up with what, a 2-second Google search? Thanks. So guys, those are my thoughts. Drop your thoughts in the comments down below. As always, if you disagree with anything I said in this video, do get out, but do so respectfully. I encourage healthy debate on this channel. And if you like this video, like, subscribe, click the notification bell to be notified every single time I post a video for you guys, which is every day. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys. Yeah, you better.
that was awesome. I'm gonna drop the link here in the description in case you guys want to check her videos out or anything like that. I have wow, 2.48 million subscribers. Well done. I've never heard of this broad. Good video though. Definitely a good video. Well done. Was that Candace Owens? Yeah. No, that was not Candace Owens. Alrighty, crew. Alrighty. I'm going to wrap it up here because I've got to be on Hold My DualShocks show in an hour and 15 minutes, and I have to watch the episode 5 of Kaiju number 8 before that to be prepared for Gooch's show. So I'm going to get on out of here, but I want to give a mad shout-out. Thank you to all y'all for coming. Shout out to Kata and Jay Viper for the raid. Let's find out who we're going to raid. I bet Hypno is probably streaming. I bet Hypno is probably streaming. I think Griftcast would be streaming right now. Let's see. All right, customization. Let's see who's live. I don't know who's live. Rick Costa, Mama Akko. There's no way it's just those two. Hold on. Hypnotic. Maybe it's Hypnotic Gaming. Is that what it is? I'll sub to his gaming channel. I don't remember what it's called, though. Alright, Hypnotic. Let's see. I'm not seeing him in the list of people to raid. So, you know what? Instead, we're going to raid Mama Akko. Alrighty, crew. Wait. Oh, you're alive. I was going to say, there's no way you're like, raid Candace Owens. That'd be fucking hilarious. Alrighty. We're going to raid Mama Akko. Guys, we will be back tomorrow for Neon Leon. Check out today's video if you haven't. In my opinion, it is hilarious. But that being said, I will be on with the Doolies here shortly. So, until next time, it is all here in the Nerdosphere. Thank you to everybody that donated. It is truly appreciated. It means the absolute loyal to me. For those of you that didn't donate or are unable to, I'm just happy to have it here. But, yeah, I will see you tomorrow for Neon Leon, where we get wild. So, yes, shout out, and let's raid Mama Akko. Say in the chat, Vital Idol raid. Deuces.